Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Day 7. We're getting into it. Good morning, good morning, good morning, beautiful humans. I am Bob Motta. This is Defense Diaries. My beautiful and brilliant co-host will be with us imminently. How you doing, beautiful humans? Day 7 is upon us. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We're all here for it. So it'll be interesting to see what's coming up today. Slow day in court yesterday. Definitely not boring. Slow. Different things. Every trial, they have to make the sausage. Making the sausage in a trial is some of the more dry material that you'll be watching during a trial. But it's typically necessary. Wasn't necessary in this one. Commonwealth elected to try this case how they wanted to try it. And this is what you get. But we're inching closer and closer and closer to the issue in controversy, which is there or is there not a lack of criminal responsibility as to Lindsay Clancy? Let's not lose focus as to what the primary issue in this case is, and that is it. So I spent a good amount of time after the live yesterday trying to line up our mental health and just professionals in that realm, whether it be social workers, nurses, doctors. And it's been challenging because I didn't give anybody any time. So I don't know if we're going to do it. I want this thing's very important to me, and I'm not going to rush it just to rush it. I want to be able to have guests that can speak intelligently about the things that we're going to be discussing, about the stories that we're going to be hearing, and to not have that part of it lined up leaves me in a place where, in all likelihood, we're not going to do it today. Plus, I want to be able to promote it. I want as many eyes on this thing as humanly possible. That's the purpose. It's for awareness, mental health awareness. So I think most likely I'm in the 90% going to bump it to another day. I'm fairly confident that we will, in fact, be having an off day in the very near future. So I think that's what my decision is going to be. But this also gives you an opportunity, if you have not shared, if you're willing to share with us. And again, while we're waiting, I might as well show you how to do it, show you where you can find it. I know that our mods have been dropping the link throughout the course of the days in the chat with regard to that SpeakPipe website. No, I did not know there is a 5-minute cap on it, but there is no cap on you being able to, if you're cut short, click on it again and record it again, and I could play them in unison, so one right after the other. While it's not optimal when you're in the throes of telling a incredibly difficult story to tell, that you're interrupted, I understand that, but it's a workaround at least. And I'm hoping, like, with the amount of emails, voicemails, messages that I've gotten has been humbling, really. Because the only way I can look at that is that Allie and I have established enough trust with our community that they feel comfortable and safe to share with us, knowing that we will handle it with the care it deserves. So for that, I'm very thankful. Very, very thankful. All right. Let's see what's going on. Let's see, I lost track. Let me so I just want to pull this up in the event that you're missing the speak pipe link in chat. Let me just pull this up real quick before court gets rolling. Pull that down just for a second. And pull this up for a second. All right. So as you can see, here's our channel. Okay. And this is that bell I'm always talking about. Now, this is going to look different for me because it's my channel. So I have different controls. But when you land on it, this bell is where you hit for notifications. This is just telling me channels that I follow, messages that I get. So, but for you, if you hit that bell, it will give you the option to select whether you want to know every time we go live, and you hit all. And then when we go live, you'll be alerted. You'll get a notification. So that's something, but that's something else. All right. So this is the community page here. So when you look at it, obviously your computer is going to look different than your phone, but it's around in the same place in your phone. Okay. You have to do a little swiping to get to it, but it's there. And if you click on it, and again, mine looks different, but this is the community page. This is where you can leave messages. For instance, Allie 10 hours ago said, "Hi, Mattas. Where did you say we should send our postpartum mental health stories? I wrote mine down almost just a journal because the Clancy trial is bringing so much to the surface for me, but would send it to you guys if you're still reading them. I went to my 6-week postpartum appointment at Brigham and Woman's in Boston and failed the entire questionnaire about depression and cried to my OBGYN. During my appointment, she told me that it was probably just because of the pandemic. This was November of 2020, and she sent me on my merry way." So, as you can see, Allie's just scratching the surface of her story. But as you can tell immediately, these stories are going to be powerful. They're going to resonate with people that don't have personal experience with mental health issues. And it's going to resonate, obviously, with those that do and have. It's going to be very powerful live. So, Allie, if you're here, um, there's a couple of places you can send it. You can send it to a true crime pod, not podcast, just pod, a true crime pod at gmail.com, or insider at defensediaries.com. We will get both of those, and we are going to be reading all of them. There's not going to be a time where I'm going to say, "Oh, I've run out of time. I no longer feel like doing this. So I am going to stop the live," even though I have 15 emails that people poured their heart out into that I'm not going to read. That's not going to happen. Uh, so us not going today with our mental health awareness does give people the opportunity to be able to get their stories in, their testimonials, whatever you want to call it. All right. So when I go to my post, again, you don't have that option available to you. You just scroll through, you look for posts with our logo on there. And this is the post that I put up 3 days ago. Okay. And I kind of go through how unbelievably just touched I am, really, that you guys are sharing these stories. But if you look down in the closer to the bottom of the post there, you'll see the link and SpeakPipe. And if you click on that, boom, you're there. You go, boom, is your microphone ready? And then you hit start recording and you record. But I do want you, thanks to History and Homicides, I was not aware there is a 5-minute limit on it. But You can record as many as you need. And I get them in the form of emails, so I see them. So I'll know. It would be helpful if when you're done recording, you put like a part 2 maybe. That might help. That way I'm not confusing and playing one before the other. So it's that simple. It's really that simple. So, don't be shy. Your voice is beautiful, okay? I don't care what you think. You're wrong. Voice is lovely. Don't get in your own head about it. Because to me, coming onto the show or doing the voicemail is even more powerful because it's your voice. While I do admit I have a wonderful narrating voice, that's not the point. The point is I want people to hear it from the people who experienced it because there's power in that. But if you just can't bring yourself to do it, I will be reading, Allie will be reading, and we will do a fine job doing that. All right. So that's that. Let me bring the trial back up. All right. Once again, I will be doing the Get Bob to Boston grift today. You guys are incredible. Just incredible. You've been just so. Is anybody getting the fruit flies? It's fruit fly season. It's like you go to the market, you go to the produce, unwittingly, you're bringing a fruit fly infestation to your home. It's the one thing that I will say is Allie's epic battle against fruit flies is something that I should make content about because it's next level. It's truly a war. She goes to war. Yeah, and if you haven't, I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this part of YouTube to remind people to like, share, subscribe. It's all free. Helps grow our channel. If you love our show, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, have them come join us. We think we put out some pretty good content. I think it's got value. And we would certainly appreciate all that. So, but yeah, back to your generosity has been stunning the past couple days, and believe me when I tell you when I'm saying that I will be using these funds to get to mass. I will be using these funds to get to mass and back from mass and renting a car in mass, and I'm still really thinking about taking up one of our beautiful human community members who's offered me a room at their beautiful house on the water, which to me seems so serene. It seems like an amazing way to be able to unwind after a trial day. But I do worry about the imposition, so I'm going to have the conversation with them and make sure that they're cool with that. I mean, I leave a pretty small footprint wherever I'm at, so that's good. Like I don't I so my flight is scheduled for the 12th, and um my flight's pretty early in the morning. I am planning on a meetup. If you don't know what a meetup is, it's where I'm going to find a location that can handle a decent crowd, and I am going to post that I'm going to be hanging out there in the hopes that a whole bunch of you will come out and hang out with me and with each other. And they're amazing events. When Runkle flew in and stayed with us from Canada, Runkle had set one up down in the city in Chicago, and we had a spectacular time. spectacular. The turnout was unbelievable. People were nervous about coming, people that have social anxiety, and I don't want to say that I bullied them, but I encouraged them heavily. I'm like, put that aside. This is going to be a wonderful event. You're with friends. These are people that you talk to all the time in chat. And it's special. They're fun. They're a really, really good time. And there will be food and drink, obviously. So I'll be promoting that as soon as I get it. I made a couple of calls yesterday because like typically what they do when I do these meetups and I've done them typically with other creators, and I might invite another creator to join us so that you get double the fun. Obviously it'll probably be a creator from out east, and it'll be worth your time. That I promise you. I will. All the stickers I'm always promising to mail people, I'll have with me in person. I'll be handing them out left and right, doling out family hugs to those who want to have a in real life family hug. Spending time talking to people, hearing your stories. It'll be great. It'll be great. So I just don't want you guys to feel nervous about coming. And I'll continue to try to encourage you if because I know there's a lot of people that have social anxiety. Tracy, Tracy. It's too early in the morning and I haven't had my coffee yet. Be nice. Yeah, so that's the game plan. So in on the 12th, if I get word that the point of me being there is I really, really want to be boots on the ground in the courtroom during the defense's case in chief. And I think the thing is, since we're going to be able to stream it simultaneously, and it's going to be Allie and Cameron's committed. So Allie and Cameron, I don't know if we'll get Cam every day, but you'll have my two incredible women guiding you through while I'm sitting in the courtroom. And then the evenings, I will join probably just Allie, maybe Cam, hopefully. And we'll talk about my observations. And I'm not having to write down every word that is being said like I did with the Richard Allen trial. I'll get to make the observations that I want to make in terms of giving you some intel from an attorney's perspective of what's going on in that courtroom. Obviously, I'm going to try to interview some people, and I think it's going to be great. I think that if you've ever seen my man on the street stuff, pretty good.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Before we bring the jury in, can I speak to counsel just for a couple of minutes?
Oh, it's Kathy Ressen's biggest pet peeve. Kathy was on X yesterday and she's like, I hate this. Every day, the first thing they do when they come out, and I tweeted at her, I'm like, Kath, I'm pretty sure what they're doing is the housekeeping. Like I was saying, in trials that Allie and I that have handled that have been higher profile, typically our judges would say, get here early. And we're going to go in the back. We're going to go in chambers. And we're going to discuss what the schedule for the day is. Because scheduling, the judges aren't privy to that. Like you don't have to say, okay, this is how many witnesses we're going to have. Is it okay, Judge? It's not how this thing works. So the Commonwealth lines up their witnesses for the day. And the judge is just trying to get a gauge so that the judge can inform the jury what they can expect for the day. And Judge Sullivan just happens to do that, I believe, every morning, first thing. Okay, how many witnesses do we have? Okay, we've got 6. How long do you anticipate the direct examinations to be? 2 hours for one, 30 minutes for another, an hour, 10 minutes. I don't even think he'll ask Kevin if he's going to cross, but he might if he does. I mean, Judge Sullivan's a bright guy. He can get a sense of, depending on what type of witness it is. But Kevin is pretty economical in his cross examinations. He doesn't waste a lot of time. He doesn't ask a bunch of questions that I think are kind of filler questions. He hits the points that he needs to hit, and he sits down. So, but I think that's what's going on every morning when we're getting these little early morning. Plus, if there's been anything filed by either side ahead of time, they'll discuss it with the judge. So it's basically a housekeeping thing. That's where we're at. That is where we're at. So again, if you're late, the Get Bob to Mass Grift is in full effect today. You guys are doing fabulously on the Venmo, the Cash Apps, and the PayPal. Not quite as fabulously on the supers, but if I'm being frank, even though I am Bob, I am going to be frank. Obviously, Venmo's not taking 30% of the money, so I have no complaints about that part of it. And the one thing that I'm going to be doing, because when I'm getting the space, and I'm going to try to get a carved out room so that we have an area to gather together without being kind of like stuck with the rest of the folks that we're not with, is they usually say, all right, well, we're going to put a $1,500 requirement in terms of a bar and food tab. We'll give you the room, but you're going to have $1,500. Like, that's what it was when Runkle came in, and we made that with ease. We had such a huge turnout. It was very, very easy to hit that number, but I don't know what the turnout size will be. So for folks that have not helped me get here, I'm probably going to charge like a small $5, $10. It's really just going to go right to the bar in order to hit that number. But those that have donated to me don't have to worry about that. Does that make sense? So, oh, did I get you? Did you get? I got you. Gotcha. All right. So hold on. I'm going to put the goal up right now. And I know some folks sometimes have a hard time with the supers. I don't know what the deal is. And I'm not very good at reminding you that there is a goal, and I know that you forget. So that's why I have that kind of annoying banner about the Get Bob to Mass Grift just sitting there on your face. But that's only got the Venmo. There's also Zelle, Cash App, and PayPal that you guys have been using. So, all right. Oh, I had a nice little lip smack there. Try to avoid those. All right, let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna start this little goal. I always set it at 50. I always do teal or higher, which is $5 or more. And the 3 hours is the max that I can make it. Okay. So I am aware that Perez Hilton, who I don't follow his content much, but I'm obviously aware of who he is, had a awful experience yesterday. And it certainly seemed to be mental health related. Sounds like fortunately, I did not run into the video. I have zero desire to watch it. It sounds like it was awful, but I'm sure our thoughts are with him. I think he's safe and okay from what I hear. All right, goal is up. Goal is up.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
She does, Alley Cat. She does, in fact, have a very strong resemblance to Lindsay. Yeah, let me, Maria. Hi, Bob. I sent an email and I'd like to come live on your channel to talk about my story, but I haven't heard anything back and I don't know how to come live on your channel. Please help if you can. Thank you for sending that. That reminded me. Please understand, I'm getting all the emails. I'm not responding to you yet, but understand I'm getting all of them. The way that I'm going to work the situation wherein people decide, because people might decide during the event after they see some other community members come on that they in fact want to come on and do it as well. I am going to have the mods put the link to the StreamYard in the chat. Okay. So which means if you decide that you want to come on, I'm going to leave an open door policy for anybody and everybody that wants to come on and do it during the live. Because I figure that's a way easier way to do it than me sending out a dozen emails, a half dozen emails, whatever the case may be, however many people decide they want to come on. So I'm going to have the link to come onto the show running through the chat during the entirety of it, because I promise you, there are going to be people that will have their confidence bolstered by other people coming on and doing it. And I want everybody to know that that's available to them. All right. So Maria, I did get your email. And if you want to come on, that's how it'll be done. And again, babe, I was telling him I'm at about 90, it's probably 92% now that we're not going to be doing our mental health awareness live today, just because it's very important for us to be able to have our social workers, nurses, healthcare professionals in general lined up. And 6 hours notice and trying to run it in the middle of a work day is not optimal. So like, I want to try to give people notice. So we'll obviously he's going to talk about scheduling when the jury gets in. Maybe he'll be talking about an off day in the next couple of days. Since we're midweek, we'll find out, but we'll definitely be doing it. We'll definitely be doing it.
Thumbnails
Hopefully
already
in the next
created.
few days. What, babe?
I said thumbnails already created.
It is. It is.
And then I've got Zoom court at 9, but I left my blazer in there. So I'm going to need to get in behind you at
Oh,
some point.
no. Okay. All right. Let's fire it up.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. On the age of your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Etan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Is he a layman?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give
I don't know.
shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the
He's got that mustache, though.
Been telling you that mustache is
Watch your step.
back in style. See it everywhere.
I asked you if you want me to
Good
do
morning,
it.
sir.
You said
Good
no.
morning, sir.
Absolutely
I
not.
just ask you to speak
I
into
love
that
yours
microphone.
exactly the way
Sure.
it is.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Etan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her, just her wrists actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope. And since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location. Then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Me.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
1 and 202.
And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so This is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did.
Correct.
And just showing you 202, exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
Okay. And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos.
Pause it a sec, babe. I just don't know why the state feels like acting like it was a pretend suicide like helps their case. I mean, why aren't they just taking the position that this woman wanted to kill herself and she didn't want her kids to live without her, so this is what she did? I feel like by doing this, like driving this home over and over, look how superficial the wounds are. And then she only tried to lower, like no one's buying that. No one's buying that this was like a fake attempt, that she did this intentionally to kill her children because the children were making her life difficult. It was too hard being a mother. And so she killed them and then just tried to make it look like she wanted to kill herself because she had this plan for this defense. It's like baffling to me.
Yeah, I agree completely, obviously, but I think that they're trying to sell the premeditated, completely with all her faculties intact, that this was some kind of plan, like you were saying, this ridiculous concept that she just didn't want to be a mom anymore. And this is the nefarious, insanely psychotic plan that she came up with. And I wish I could answer. I don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Anybody that's sitting in that jury box that thinks that she faked her suicide in order to try to get away or to sell the psychosis narrative that they're implying that she's cooked up, that's where Reddington's job is. Because there probably is a couple of people in the jury that are buying it.
I think if they would have went with that theory that she like that she wanted to unalive herself, then there was no, lack of control. There was no inability to tell the difference, that. And so she also wanted, because she wanted to unalive herself, she wanted to unalive her children, and everything was intentional and planned out and da-da-da-da-da. And they almost may have had a better shot at this. I almost think this whole theory is actually undermining the best evidence that they do have. I say the best evidence because it's their strongest evidence. The searching on the internet, and the, having her husband go pick up food. But it's like,
Yeah, I mean, if you don't understand anything about psychosis, it could be considered strong evidence.
I'm not
Again,
saying strong. It's their strong. It's their only. As far as
I
I'm
agree. I agree completely. I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, when they were sitting in their office, and I'm talking about the prosecutors deciding whether or not to charge this case, they looked at that and said, okay, well, this shows that she was lucid, right? I mean, that she planned this. That's what's going through her head, not taking into consideration that two things can be happening at the same time. You can be in the throes of psychosis, having auditory command hallucinations constantly throughout the course of a day, putting on a brave face, smiling, writing something down on a piece of paper, pushing buttons on a phone, all the while her brain is incredibly sick. So they had to put that part of it aside. That's where their problem is going to be in this case, because when we get the experts to come on, they're going to teach all of us. But I mean, I don't disagree with the word you said, babe, at all.
Yeah. All right.
Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 weeks.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Two and three and 2 and 4.
Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
But you knew that they were in there, that they were draining
Correct.
the blood? Okay. And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that.
And then there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. And they're written.
about this.
I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
I may just with a few questions.
sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically the title there?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't matter
skin.
what we say, it's what the record says.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case.
Thought that
Were you
helped?
aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set.
Bobby got to come back. I'm going to hop off in 4 minutes.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
So I happened to hop in just because Bob mentioned Court TV chat yesterday, and a lot of the people in this chat seem to be
Good morning, sir.
not happy with
Can
the
you start right there
prosecution
and raise
either.
the right hand for the clerk,
So
please?
that's
Good morning. Do
interesting.
you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So, may I have a seat?
Why don't you step, please?
Good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit.
How long did you work for the crime lab?
For about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
That was a good one.
So prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes
I don't think so.
not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say, in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know we get to go one at a
You guys are saying this is the
He's just saying,
toxicology
I
guy
know he's
from the Reed
qualified. I
case?
have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
All right. I'll call you guys.
Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values. So we get concentrations of the different drugs and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, and the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
It might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
Nice job, Judge. Trial Advocacy 101. Courtesy of Judge Sullivan. Counsel, come here. Let me tell you a little something about trying a case in front of a jury. Just use Lindsay's name. I mean, maybe strategically, they're trying it in a very clinical way. The Commonwealth is. They're, and I'm assuming that it was a conscious decision to try it in such a fashion that they wanted to leave all of the emotion firmly entrenched on the facts / acts in terms of the death of the kids. And so they're not trying to pull any of that emotion away from that aspect of this case by they themselves emoting when they're trying the case. Because, you know, we all watch a bunch of different trials. Part of the fascinating thing about trial watching is we either enjoy or we don't enjoy, or we're ambivalent to the lawyers that are trying the case. And they're all different personalities, as they're all different human beings. But these attorneys for the Commonwealth are both very clinical, almost robotic. There's no inflection in their tone ever. They're always midline. Never up, never down, straight line.
Sir, I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for, mirtazapine, and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington. Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad yourself.
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
that's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes, and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
Well, I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down over there.
Yeah.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
205.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right. I'd ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported and that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure.
Oh,
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That is typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time, all right? So this will be a short break and we'll come right back, all right?
All right. Please go to the notebook, take some of the chairs.
Huh.
This way, please.
Well, yeah, or if the judge has to pee. I don't know. Hard to say.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Here's the rest of the Cora.
All right, we'll be right, this will be a short break, just for a short recess, we'll come right back out. Half hour? Hopefully not.
Kevin. Half hour. Well, let's see. Yeah, we got a little blooping time. Should we use it all up? Yeah, they prescribed my 82-year-old father Seroquel to try to help him sleep because he's having great difficulty sleeping, and he has very high anxiety on top of that, along with insomnia, and he hated Seroquel. Hated it. he and this is, I knew nothing about it. I've been pretty lucky in terms of avoiding having to take prescriptions for a majority of my life. Never had to take any mood altering ones. I'm fortunate in that sense. But my father, I think he was 3 days into taking it, and he's like, he could not tell what was reality and what wasn't. Like, he didn't know if he was sleeping or if he was awake. So because he always will ask, "Oh, what trial are you covering?" And we told him the fact pattern of this case. And initially, when we first told him the underlying facts, what Lindsay had done, and we had explained to him what the defense was, his initial instinct was like, "Oh, yeah, no. Uh, I think she's going to get convicted." He said that without hearing anything. I'm like, wow, really? And then we fleshed it out. And as soon as I brought up the fact that they had put her on Seroquel towards the end, he's like, "Oh," he's like, that stuff should be banned. He's that stuff makes you crazy. It's and look, pharmaceuticals affect everybody differently. Like, because our brains are all wired differently. There's never going to be a drug that's produced that affects everybody in the same way. It's just not how our minds are built. It's not how the brain works. What I'm kind of curious about with testimony like this, where they're talking, and I'm hoping that when Kevin gets on cross, he's going to clarify for the jury, what do the numbers mean? Like, how much is that? Because to me, somebody who knows very little about pharmaceuticals, I have no idea what the hell those numbers mean. Just going through the list and saying what the breakdown in terms of how many nanograms were found in the blood means nothing unless I know what the significance of that is. Is that a lot or is that a little? Are you able to determine how long ago that may have been taken or it's weaned out of the system? I mean, or I don't know if the Commonwealth's going to put somebody on that's going to explain it. But to me, just hearing numbers, that's all it is just hearing numbers. I don't know what the significance of it is. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. It's, anytime you see some kind of pharmaceutical ad, it's funny, but it's not funny in terms of the side effects that they're talking about, that they try to cram in, that they're required by law to state anytime they're advertising a particular pharmaceutical product, and they're cramming and you're listening and it's like, my God, it's like the side effects are worse than the thing that you're trying to cure or moderate. It's like, and the bottom line is I just don't trust Big Pharma because they don't give a shit. It's all about money. It's all about money. I mean, if you've never watched any of the multitude of movies and series, Dope Sick was a great one in terms of the opioid epidemic and what Big Pharma did with that, you know, and then develop the script that helps people become unaddicted to the very drugs that they put out to the public that were so addictive is unbelievable. I mean, I can't remember if it was, I think it was the first season of The Goliath with Billy Bob Thornton was phenomenal. But I mean, I just don't, you know, when money is the goal, it's, there's a problem. There's a problem. You know, because you've got this weird dichotomy where you've got scientists in there. They're actually trying to do good. You know, they're actually trying to help. But you've got the non-science people that are running these corporations that only care about the bottom line. You know, things get rushed out to the public, try to hammer things through FDA approval without giving a shit what the consequences are. You know, it's like, I don't know. I mean, you could bet your ass when we have our mental health awareness thing, and I have some professionals on here that prescribe these drugs. You know, I'm going to have a lot of questions, you know, about efficacy, side effects, you know, how a psychiatrist may determine what they feel comfortable prescribing. Is it as simple as a pharmaceutical rep has come in, given a bunch of samples? Allie's sister was a pharmaceutical rep, you know, beautiful girl. She come in, give samples out, and off she goes. And, you know, Erica would be the first one to tell you she didn't know shit about the drugs. You know, she was a salesperson. The whole thing is not good. It's not good. Yeah, you know, and it's like in every profession, I don't care what profession it is, you're always going to have amazing, good, average, and bad of that profession. You know, the problem is that in professions where bad can equal death, it's a problem. I mean, we represented, and I hate to bring it up because people are going to start ragging me about the next Garcia episode, but when we represented Anthony Garcia, who had gone to medical school in Utah, and he made it through med school kind of by the skin of his teeth, and then bounced around in various residencies. But he got licensed in Illinois as a surgeon. And that horrified me. After Garcia was arrested, they ended up, the licensing for doctors in Illinois used to go through the same licensing agency, state agency that licensed hairdressers, nail techs, and anybody that needed a license to do something professionally. It was lumped in there. And after Garcia was arrested, they completely gutted that and changed it. I mean, the concept of Anthony having a license to open somebody up shook me to my core. You know, it's like finding a good doctor. If you have a good doctor, and there are amazing doctors out there, you have to hold on to that person and never let them go. You know, there's that old saying, you know, that you always need a good doctor, a good lawyer, a good mechanic, you know, because when people are helping you in areas of life that you have zero knowledge about, there has to be an element of trust that exists, because we don't know any better. You know, it's like the way that modern cars are built with the computers, and it's not like opening up an old engine and like, oh, I could switch out my carburetor. I have no idea. I look in an engine that's built today, and it's like a spaceship. I have no, you know, if the guy tells me my flam shooter is bad, and I'm like, oh, okay, how much is that going to cost me? You know, and what the hell's a flam shooter? You know, and then they'll tell me something. And I'm like, okay. I mean, obviously I can Google it, and I'll find out that a flam shooter doesn't exist on the planet. It's an easy one, you know, but if they're telling me something that I have no way to disprove, that particular thing needs to be repaired, and it cost me $2,000, you know, so yeah, it's finding professionals and people in the trades that you can trust as you go through the course of your life. If you find people that are excellent at their jobs and are trustworthy, you've got to just hold on to them for dear life, because there's a lot of bad out there in every trade, every single trade, you know. Oh, I forgot we had blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. We actually have some sliding.
Back to session, we
There-
proceed.
What
Are we
a
all set for the jury?
hot mic.
Nice. Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Yeah.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter,
Definitely.
would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
Okay. If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion in the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with, families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
Another
That is correct. Just
toxicologist?
these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become, lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency. Correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Well, overall.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
One of these that I introduced is NMS
Oh,
NMS laboratory records that I introduced, that they will lack the ID.
Hi, babe.
which one?
Hi, babe. How'd it go in court yesterday?
Yesterday?
While she's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, the alprazolam, clonazepam, the counsel had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicologist? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right.
Thanks, buddy. You just
Is
told us
that
what it says.
Above
Can you explain?
therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote, quote normal person would.
Oh, really? Is
they
that
could
what
be
it is?
prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try
Is your
to
witness Commonwealth or?
kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the
Come
next
the
one.
fuck
What is
on.
that?
Come the fuck
Trazodone
on.
is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Pause it, babe.
I'm sorry, 0.44
So, I'm sorry, because it's riveting testimony, right? You guys haven't heard it before. But I'm sorry, State, do you want to get back up and ask all the doctors or cops about how there was only 1 pill missing from this bottle and 2 pills from this bottle, and she wasn't taking her prescription. She wasn't prescribed all these medications at the same time. She wasn't taking all these medications at the same time. Oh, wait, actually, because I missed it. Now that I'm saying all this, I'm realizing she did take a bunch of pills, but I don't know which pills as part of this whole suicide endeavor. Have they touched on that? Like whether, because there's certain byproducts they look at that tell you this has been in the system for more than like just right now. So I'm not sure if he's gotten into that, or if some of this could be that she just took a whole bunch, but it sounds like all of this is she took these medications as prescribed, and this one in particular is really high. So I mean, depending on the dose, it's a high therapeutic dose.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. And while you were on your Zoom court, I was kind of making that exact point. I don't know personally what the numbers mean. Like, you know, so initially on direct, she's going through what the concentration of each different script she had been taking was in terms of what they found in her blood, but weren't following it up with what that means. It's like, so when Kevin says, is that high? It's the exact question I need answered, because I don't without knowing what a baseline is, it means nothing to me. It's just a number. So specifically, they have not gotten into the question you just asked in terms of, can they delineate when she took certain scripts,
Right.
whether or not they were, if they're looking at it when, you know, she popped a bunch of pills in order to facilitate her fake suicide in you know, their theory. So
Right.
we have not heard that yet.
All right. I mean, one thing that is touching on that right now is he's calling it the therapeutic dose. So far, what we are hearing is not. This is something, at least from what I can tell, that she just took moments before. It's like within the therapeutic dose. So, but maybe
Yeah.
they'll get on that. But I don't know why. Is this the third toxicologist just today? Or is this
I think it's the
second?
second.
What was the first one? I thought the first one was, oh no, the physician's assistant. Okay.
Yeah, the PA.
All right. Second one.
Micrograms per milliliter, also an antidepressant.
And is that, what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So
there we go. Another
basically,
therapeutic
with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per. What is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
All right. And what if she was prescribed 400 milligrams of that? Would that mean, oh yeah, that's the high therapeutic dose?
And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. Sorry, this is what I had offered for Dale to check this out.
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
Okay. If we can just approach my mom work briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
Oh, yay. Was it easy?
Yeah, very easy. It was very nice.
Did he seem to know anything about
Hot mic for Allie on the phone with her mom. Tracy has asked me to let everybody know, and I said it earlier, if you're interested in leaving a voicemail for our mental health awareness live, we will be dropping that link, and I've seen it multiple times, but we'll be doing it throughout the course of the day up until we're done streaming today in the chat. Okay, it's the stream pipe one. It's the one that says stream pipe. So, and all you have to do is click on that link and it'll automatically bring you to the page, and you hit record and you have at it. There is a 5-minute limit, but you can leave as many messages as you need to be able to tell your entire story. So keep an eye out for that if you're interested in sharing. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, and if you're late to the party today, just so you're not surprised, court is scheduled to end around 1 Eastern time today. So the judge let us all know yesterday and then reinforced it today. It's not a full day today. Originally, we were planning on hoping to do our mental health awareness live today after the end of court, but I've had a hard time getting people pinned down. And as one of our beautiful humans noted, maybe it's better to do it on the weekend because it is tough. It's tough trying to do it during a work day.
Right. And like you're saying, we want it to be like what we want it to be, not just thrown
Yes.
together. Right. So
Right.
I agree. I concur, of
Yes.
course. So are we actually done, or are they on a sidebar?
They're on a sidebar. You were on a hot mic there. So you turned off your camera, but you had not muted. I muted you, of course, but
Oh, then my mom called about my dad had court this morning.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
So how did your court go yesterday for your client there?
Yesterday?
Yes, yesterday.
I mean, you want me to brag to they don't even really know what,
They don't
it
need
went
to. They don't need to know the
it went
details.
very well. I'll tell you this. Another lawyer came out and said how impressed and amazed he was. And then I got a case thrown out. So
Go figure.
today wasn't as great.
No?
No, because, well, Bob knows, but for you guys in the chat, I don't do too much family stuff, but I take it when there's something really serious and unusual happening. And I've got a guy who had all of his visitation taken away on a temporary thing. And I thought the judge was going to give some back
So
today.
we're going to
I'm pissed off, but
introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach it, basically.
I see what you did there.
An NMS lab
Shannon
report.
again.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you, in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
See, I wouldn't let her do that, but
Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
I forgot to do
Well,
this
thank you,
thing
Am I
that now I'm
ready,
going to
Mr.
do
Rossi?
on
Thank you.
Thank you.
redirect.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted
Your
DV
Honor, prior
podcast
to
memberships,
the next
Aaron.
Witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor.
Wow.
The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right, we don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits.
Look, he's just saying that to make sure that the jury, he's still driving that home to the jury. Like, you see that word I kept
Counsel, do
saying?
you want
Stipulate,
those,
stipulate, stipulate.
Published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? The parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The way they're in, yeah.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you outside?
Is jury not there right there? Or they are?
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211.
Did she ask if she was upset?
The exhibit 211, the stipulation
No.
regarding the comparisons for the
She
blue
didn't-
band and the red
I didn't hear
brown
what she
stain.
asked. She asked somebody, "Are you something?"
Done. No, I think putting the numbers on
Yeah, I
it.
don't, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a
Sure.
problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine
Well,
reading it.
you know what? I want to read it. All right. So that's what we'll do.
Hey, trace
All
evidence.
right. So, members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday.
Love ya.
or the
Miss
day
ya.
Before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right, these are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. These stipulations, this is one of four that was just introduced. You'll have all four of them with you back in the jury room when you're deliberating. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number one, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number two, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of three contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashyn.
Hey, hey.
Come on now. You stop right there, raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat now.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katarina Stashyn. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
and I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, it determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring a mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted. And those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are two different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples. And this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection? Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the...
Yeah, if you're wondering why they're doing this, this is how they're trying this case. You know, obviously, the kid's DNA is going to be on the exercise bands. You know, again, the entire thought process behind the Commonwealth trying this case is to wring the pathos, the emotion, out of the jury. And let's bring it right back to the jury. Let's talk about the bands. Let's talk about the kid's DNA being on the bands. I mean, of course, Reddington would stipulate to this. He would. Him and Lindsay were willing to stipulate to the entire homicide aspect of the case, every part of it. That issue is not in controversy. I just think that this is so low rent. I just do. Because there's an issue that is in controversy in this case, and it's the issue that we all want to get to. And it's whether or not Lindsay Clancy has a lack of criminal responsibility as to her actions that day because of her mental state. That's what the issue is. That's what we're here watching for, not for this. I mean, it makes my skin crawl. Just does. It's just, but and look, I mean, the other side of it is when they elected to try the case this way, when they rejected the stipulation as to the homicides, it then becomes an element that they have to prove. So, just understand that this is necessary for them because they have to show the mode in which Lindsay did this to her children. And it was by using the exercise bands to strangle her children. So they have to make the connection that, in fact, the kid's DNA was on the bands to show that at some point, obviously, those bands made contact with the children. So I'm not sweating them on the fact that they have to prove that element because they do. What I'm sweating them on is they elected to do it this way because it's low rent. Let's get to the heart of the case. We don't have to do this thing that they're deciding to do, which only has one net effect for the Commonwealth in their minds, which is to make the jury feel a certain way. So when they bring it back to this kind of stuff, it's going to have that impact on the jury. And I know it's an ugly thing to hear, but emotion has no place in a court of law. It just doesn't. And I realize that that's hard for people to accept and more difficult for people to apply that concept when they're sitting in that jury box, because we're humans. We feel things. We hear things and they make us feel a certain way. And if you don't think that the Commonwealth and these two prosecutors are well aware of that, then you're living in a dream world. But at the end of the day, this isn't something that the defense is saying she didn't do it. We all know she did it.
Yellow exercise band.
Individual for comparison purposes.
Okay. And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise.
If they're bringing this in terms of the testimony, what they stipulated to, and I want everybody to be clear on the stipulations. The only thing that the Commonwealth agreed to stipulate to, and again, understand that Reddington is willing to stipulate to all of this, all of it. Every single witness that has testified in the last 7 days on multiple occasions, Kevin Reddington has told the Commonwealth, has told the judge, we are willing to stipulate to all of it. Wherein the judge would, again, read the stipulations to the jury, something to the effect that, the children lost their lives at the hands of their mother. Mom is not in any way, shape, or form denying that took place. She's accepting responsibility that she is the one who carried out the act. This trial is about something different, though. And that's the issue that we're going to be putting on your plate for you to decide whether or not there was a lack of criminal responsibility in this matter. So what was stipulated to yesterday was avoiding putting on what they call chain of custody witnesses. And a chain of custody relates to the collection of evidence by law enforcement or evidence techs. And they come on the stand, they say, I collected this piece of evidence. This is when I did it. I noted it in a report. I then bagged it, I tagged it, and then I transported it to wherever they needed to transport it in order for forensic testing to take place. All they've stipulated to is avoiding having those witnesses come on and say those things, because again, you have to lay the foundation, you have to authenticate things in order to get evidence in. So that's all that's been avoided, are those particular chain of custody witnesses. As far as what the forensics, the people who worked in the lab, what they found, that has not been stipulated to. The Commonwealth wants the jury to hear these things, and it's their right to have the jury hear these things. Could they have stipulated this? Of course. They elected not to. Again, hearkening back to what their premise is here in terms of this aspect of the case. So this kind of stuff has not been stipulated to. Only the things that allow particular pieces to come into evidence by avoiding having the chain of custody folks that you need to put them on in order to get it into evidence. Like with photographs, you'll watch it in trials all the time. They're the most boring witnesses where they're going through 70 photographs and asking a cop, does this accurately depict the scene as it was that day? Cop says yes, and they go through that for every single photograph. Now, in those cases, the defense could stipulate to those to avoid that cop having to sit there for an hour and a half going through every single photograph in order to get it into evidence. Every piece of evidence has to be introduced, and then it's got to be entered into evidence. That's how this works. It's like court is not a free-for-all. And the judge, primary role is the gatekeeper of the evidence. What comes in, what doesn't come in. If there's an objection, he hears the argument or she hears the argument, and then they decide. Many of these things are fought pre-trial in motions in limine. So just so everybody's crystal clear on what's going on here in terms of what's been stipulated to, we're going to be hearing from all of the people that worked in the labs in terms of what's already been introduced by stipulation, meaning the reports.
Size band located in basement off. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-nillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness. And it's a...
I already had the rant.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna, well, this is what I wanted to say, and I figure this is like perfect testimony to kind of break up with us talking because blah, blah. But, and I don't know what you said, but the thing also, what I was thinking, because I'm probably something about how worthless this witness is, I'm worrying now. Could, so yes, the jury has heard Reddington and the defense say, we're willing to stipulate to all of this. We're willing to stipulate to all of this. I wonder if they are now thinking, well, why didn't the defense stipulate to this too? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's, but he has said like all of this several times, but still I worry that they could be thinking, I mean, not like worry, but I just wonder, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It's a great point. I think it almost warrants some kind of limiting instruction wherein the judge makes that clear.
Never.
That, not to take any kind of inference from the fact that certain things have been stipulated to and other things haven't, that you can't draw any kind of inference from that in terms of, is the defense not agreeing that this is what happened? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Because I think that could be a takeaway from the jury's perspective.
Effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an under-assignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the under-assigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
Okay. What's a nonillion?
A nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
Gobbledygook.
You're going to talk about not millions and how many... Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
He's like, look, look, it's the kid's DNA. We're not disputing it's the kid's DNA. What in the actual fuck is going on?
Gobbledygook.
I mean, it's now I think, the jury's thinking, oh, wait, the defense does have some kind of
1.7.
Oh, we had blooping time this whole time?
Oh, we got blooping time.
Jeez,
Tree
babe.
Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's
1.7 billion. Is that more than there are people on the earth?
That is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is
pause this real
excluded
quick.
or if it is another unknown.
So just so you guys all know out there, you know, they changed the way they do I'll just call it DNA scoring here, because they wanted to be able to come up with a way to make these numbers fucking nonillions. Like, none of us know what that even fucking means. You know,
How
it
many
used to be-
zeros are in that?
I mean, it's like just
Is that a
ridiculous.
real number?
And why all of a sudden did it go from, we always have had like large numbers, even above like the billions, and you're like, what's happening here? But all of a sudden, whatever they've done with DNA now, we get these nonillion numbers. It's like, oh, look, just so you know, this isn't like an inclusion rate or this rate. This is this weird probability rate that doesn't take into account, like, so, and we spit out a number you've never heard of before, just so you know, it's impossible that it wasn't them. I'm not going to say he's included, okay? Not going to give you like some sort of inclusion rate, but what I'm going to tell you is it's fucking impossible that it wasn't him.
I mean,
with my nonillion probability, the probabilities in the nonillions.
It doesn't make any sense to me that they use numbers that far outweigh the number of actual human beings on the planet.
I mean, that's why she said, hey, this is a probability rate. So it's just like, what is the probability in a number that it was somebody else? And that number is so damn high, like, yeah, what you're saying is accurate. But that's my reason that I've come up with, that they came up with this new way, or this better way of coming up with a probability rate that spits out numbers we've never heard of, so that people are like, okay, they're not saying he's included. They won't even say he's included. They're just going to tell you it's impossible with somebody else. Because the probability of it being someone else is in the nano, what did they say? The nano whats? Nano millions, nano billions? I don't even know.
I've never heard of the number.
None of nillions.
If it really is a number.
I know. When did these numbers even come into existence?
I don't know.
What is the highest?
What is, like, I don't even know what it is. Like,
oh Lord.
If I'm being honest, when we get into the, like, anything over $1 billion, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, gobbledygook, probably. It should be a legal term. I mean, it is for Kevin. And if it's good enough for Kevin, it's good enough for me.
I'm like,
unrelated individual.
Go ahead, babe.
No, I just Googled, like, what is the highest possible number that exists? Actual number, because I didn't want to tell me infinity, And it's like, there is no highest possible number. But numbers have to have a fucking name. So it says this Rayo's number, a number created in a naming contest at MIT that is even bigger. There's a Googleplex. There is okay, so even though there is no end, mathematicians gave names to some gigantic numbers. Google, like Google, but OL instead of LE, followed by 100 zeros. Googleplex, even more, Graham's number, an immerse number once used in a real math proof. And then you've got this numbers that MIT created above any, in a contest, a number naming contest.
Yeah. Alrighty.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Nonillion.
That's a very large number, in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy,
In her opinion,
is a contributor
nonillion
to
is a
that
very large
mixture.
number.
She's got an opinion on a number.
A large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to
30 zeros, by the way. 30
2.2.1,
zeros.
the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile. And that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture.
Psychic premonition.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share?
If I'm Kevin, I'm just standing up and asking one question. So it's fair to say
we all agree
that all 3 of the kids' DNA were on all these bands.
I would say it like that. It's fair to say we all agree that all 3 kids' DNA was on all 3 bands, something like that. Like,
right.
He's probably going to say no questions, but I would definitely be like, so is it fair to say, and the only thing I would add to yours is we all agree.
We agree, right.
But I did get that psychic
the same
premonition.
YSTR profile.
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
No, because we didn't do the
YSTR. Fact that they're
YSTR.
male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
They didn't do the Y, prosecutor.
To item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report. And
Don't make it last any longer than it has to.
Hey, oh,
Hey,
you know,
see
you
what I did
know.
there?
I did. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, because the virtual juror asked, "What's the stipulation he read about DNA?" Then, like, why? What the hell? And I'm thinking that the only thing that they got to with that, I guess, because she's still asking all these questions, was all the people who processed the DNA before it got to this person.
Chain of
But
custody.
but
Right.
obviously we could have gotten to that because he did basically read whose DNA was where on the stuff. It's just stupid. So go ahead. That's all.
Yeah, it was just the chain of all the Commonwealth agreed to stipulate to was the chain
No,
of custody
were
shit.
you on when they read it? When they read it, they read this was Cora's DNA. This was this one's DNA.
Oh,
But
no, I might not have been.
I'll clarify as needed. The
They
DNA
didn't give us
profile is a
numbers.
mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Wow, at least
So
there's some
basically, if you're
limitation. Now it's
examining
5, more than 4.
a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000. Adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors. Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors again to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.6 nonillion for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
Okay. And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated.
All right. So Kevin looks to be napping at this point. We do have blooping available. What is the...
I say we bloop to the end, but I just want to let you guys know because I was like just getting interested here. So I Googled, have they recently changed how they calculate DNA probabilities as to known and unknown such that we now get numbers in the nonillions and then I fixed it to say like the likelihood ratios, and not to get through everything that it kicked back, but it was like, I was like, yeah, you know, in 2017, they started doing this, having it be like 20 instead of markers that they use or, you know, more loci that they use. But then it said, right, when it gave me this little breakdown, it said, so that happened in 2017. And then from 2017 to 2021, I got to find it because you're going to love this, babe. I know it won't mean too much to everybody else, but we've gone on rants about this in the past. It says that state and local labs faced a bottleneck because humans cannot manually calculate the math for 20, and that's the new number they were using, distinct locations on a complex or degraded DNA mixture. Labs were forced to rapidly buy software like STR-Mix and TrueAllele. You know, and then I'm like, so wait, does that mean it's like less, actually now makes it less? Is this new way of actually calculating new way actually making DNA evidence less reliable, and that its verification is tied to validation or computation by black box software like Truelio. And of course, this is an AI mode for Google, and it was like, absolutely, it's more vulnerable. People, and then he was like, humans naturally view a computer output as objective truth. A jury hearing 1 in 100 can say, all right, that sounds like reasonable doubt, or that might be doubt. A jury hearing a likelihood ratio of 1 in a million assumes absolute infallibility, completely binding them to the fact that this number, whatever. So I go back to my first assertion that they made these changes so that we could get numbers like that. But I don't know. What did the people say? Fast forward, not fast forward.
The people have spoken, and they call for blooping. Bloop. So we bloop it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She's still going. All right, wait, go back and let's see if he.
You were right.
Sounds like he said nothing. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Hit play. Oh, we didn't even hear him say what he said. Let's hear what he said. Make sure he didn't say any words.
Thank you. All right.
No.
Thank you. Step down. Thank you.
That's what he said.
Thank you.
I'm good.
All right, group us to the next person.
Come on.
With the testimony and the relationship with what kind of difference?
Let's just start right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Boy, she did her hair up, huh, babe?
Looks very good. I like it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have
Nanny?
you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022,
This
did
is
you
interesting.
become
Come
familiar
back.
with the family?
I did.
If you're
How
not
did you become
listening.
involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were their responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
It sounds like the exact same
but
thing.
To your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And
So it didn't change.
other than caring for
Prosecution.
Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous
pause real quick.
families.
And what was your expected?
So if you all hear, and I know you do, so I'm pointing out the obvious, the prosecution is trying to make it sound like she was hired to do one thing, just help with Callan. Or Colin, is it with an O or, well, whichever. So
Schedule going to be for the
with the baby, and that now
Callan,
Callan, and then all of a sudden, because mom was so overwhelmed, they had her whole entire job description changed to take on all these other responsibilities that she didn't even anticipate, and they initially didn't even ask her to do because mom was just so overwhelmed, and that overwhelming situation led her to murder her children. And obviously the nanny is giving a little bit of pushback while I offered that those were other things that I did. And she's like, I interacted with the other two children occasionally. This is just fucking ridiculous. It is disgusting me how the prosecution is putting on this case. They are trying to present a picture that they cannot even paint. And I know the jury sees it too, because it's blatantly obvious. They're sitting there thinking, that's what the prosecution just said. But the witness didn't say it. And okay. And then the witness says not that. It's just not. Gosh.
It's not on the up and up. It's
No.
shitty.
Clancy's.
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set, and then it changed.
Very unusual.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
Jeez.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said the week of Labor Day, that was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
Objection relevant.
Nanny.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and
Yes.
Lindsay?
Oh, I thought we talked about the kids. So why is it important about the kids?
So, I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if
Okay.
that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
Wow. Oh no.
And would you
What in the
get
actual
there
fuck?
before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school, usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Okay. When you started
Rosemary's
working
Peachio's
for
in the gallery
the
today.
Clancy family,
She
was there
is?
conversation
Tracy
with
just
Lindsay
sent us.
about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
you're not showing that picture.
You could bet your ass when I'm in Massachusetts, I'm walking my ass right into Rosemary's office, and bringing her ass to lunch.
That's kind of rude. Showing up
Nah.
unannounced, trying to take someone to lunch. Hey, by the way, I'm sure you're not
Disagree.
busy.
Disagree.
I feel
At
like
this point, Your Honor,
wait, she's trying to put in this video. She is trying to put in this video. Is that what, at this point, Your Honor, if the next words are, I'm seeking to introduce a video of the, I don't want to rant until I know it's happening, because otherwise I'm just like a fool. But are you fucking kidding me? Please, let's hear what
I'd
she's
like
about.
to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Could I see?
Are you fucking kidding me? I can't even believe it. This is so disgusting. This is, do we have blooping time?
Oh, yeah.
What in the actual fuck? She wants to show the jury a video of the nanny feeding the baby a bottle. For what fucking purpose? That's the video, guys. The nanny feeding the newborn or the infant a bottle. He's not allowing it. That if he allows it, I'm going to fall over and die.
All right, Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor.
You love that?
Well, he's letting it in. All right, this is, I can't even look.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say
Oh
you
my
sent that
God.
video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022.
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip
All right.
as the next.
With no objection, that may be.
With no objection, no over objection. Over extreme objection. See, that like broke my heart just seeing his little face.
In
That-
your
it's
care
so
of the children, were
unfair.
you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the
Fuck
library or
is wrong
anything?
with this judge? What in the actual
I
fuck?
took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to
Poor little
a
baby.
tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler like
How could you?
gymnastics
be
place,
psychotic.
indoor
How could you?
gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she
couldn't
tell
even
you
do
why
it.
she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
I'm sure the jurors are
And,
crying like the rest of us.
you were able to bring them home,
I can't
correct?
get them out of my
Correct.
head.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week.
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
But what is the relevance of these questions?
And did she tell you that at that time that
knows
she was
nothing
seeing some doctors?
about mental
did.
health.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
Is she supposed to tell the nanny what
That
her
she was
horrible
gonna
thoughts
stop
are?
medication,
Is that-
or
I
she
mean,
was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to. Oh, I'm sorry.
start something.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about gone to the emergency room in December of 2022?
I would object. This is
No.
all fucking ridiculous.
Did anything about your arrangements
he's
with
doing the better
coming
thing
on the 3 days,
by not objecting,
caring for
but-
Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Thank you, nanny. Fuck you, prosecutor.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
Did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right? And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Oh, right. I'm still traumatized by that poor baby's picture.
As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in, to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
I can't get his sweet little face out of my head.
No,
Like
me
it was a
neither.
1-second clip
I know.
and his
I mean, it's
adorable.
literally, it's so awful it's just that I can't even, oh God. I don't, it's like I'm trying, it just, yeah. Why? I mean, we all know
Kate had
why.
asked, can you explain why Patrick's motion to not have certain images, recordings of the kids, etc., doesn't apply to things like that? But it should have. Like
But
I
the
think,
problem is they still would allow the jury to see it. And thank God
yeah,
we
no,
saw it, because now we know how that fucking jury was way more impacted than what we're feeling. Like you're saying, we can't get this image out of your head. And it was just a second, obviously, because it goes with what happened to the baby afterwards. And just like how
yeah,
anyone could put a band around his neck, you know?
yeah, Kate.
But
I think Court TV made an error there that shouldn't have been broadcast, because that was specifically what the judge's order was. Is that none of the
it did
images?
include that.
Yeah, well, that's really what the thrust of the order was, is that the media was not to publish anything publicly with respect to images of the kids that were coming in. So I think Court TV made a boo-boo.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
What is the fucking point?
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in
you guys are right.
November, correct? Were you advised, or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right? Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was
You guys are
working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work, and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of...
So Tammy's saying that maybe this was because Lindsay stated the baby would not take a bottle. Now, first of all, we have no idea if the nanny had tried before, because she felt like taking a picture of the baby was taking the bottle was so important. But also, it's one thing to have your mom who breastfeeds you and you to be like, no, are you trying to give me that bottle? I know that boob is right there. I smell you. I know you. I see you. Give me the goods. You know, and then for another person to take a bottle because that's what's put in front of them. So it's just like, you know, and I can't imagine that moving the needle for the jury at all. Like, oh, mom lied that the baby wouldn't take a bottle. I mean, it makes no sense. You would almost say mom would lie that the baby wouldn't take the nipple anymore because she didn't want to deal with the baby and she didn't want to have to breastfeed anymore. So I don't even understand like what they're doing, but this whole concept that, you know, she wouldn't take a bottle for a mom and she would take a bottle at the nanny. I mean, wouldn't take it for the mom and would take it for the nanny. Just these, they have no children. They don't even understand children, and they don't understand how, you know, that a baby would do one thing for its mother and something different for a nanny because of what all the things that I just said. I'm so over this today. That was just awful. That's why I'm glad I didn't listen to the day that really Cameron lost it. You know, hearing all the first responders and all that testimony. I can't imagine having listened to it. Now I feel bad we had our daughter listening to it. But
make other arrangements after that.
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
maybe what Kid Khan is saying, maybe. I mean, shit. Who knows?
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
What?
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the
why is the
happiest,
judge letting this in?
sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
Okay. And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
Pause it real quick.
All right.
I just want everyone to know, like, I am still keeping an open mind. There are answers to questions that I need the experts to explain. I've openly discussed it before, like the whole, can you be in psychosis and still, be in such a state where you're not able to control your ability, your control yourself to murdering your children, but still, answer the phone or in the middle. Again, I still don't believe that there's necessarily evidence that it's in the middle. And, if she was able enough to be concerned that she doesn't want to be left alone for too long, such as to check the directions of the, how long it was going to send the dad away from, Was she able to say, hey, don't leave me here alone? I don't trust myself alone, you know? And I'm keeping an open mind. That doesn't mean that I don't think that she should have a fair trial and that they shouldn't be using emotion to convince a jury to convict on something. I said, like, when the baby's picture went up, I can't even imagine like somebody wrapping a band around that baby's neck, you know? So I think that my mind is open, but I also think no matter, you know, whether they can prove the sheer elements of the strict elements of not legally responsible, you know, these are mitigating, you know, her mental health is the mitigating factor. This would not have happened but for her mental health. That's not the case that this state is putting on. The state is putting on a case that her mental health was like, meh, okay, she had some mental health issues, but this was premeditated murder because she could no longer handle the responsibilities of being a mother. Being a mother became too overwhelming for her, and that's not what happened here, no matter what. So as far as the case the state's putting on, I have made up my decision that that is absolutely positively not what happened. Does that mean that I agree that the state can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was able to control herself, that she knew the difference between right and wrong? I haven't made up my decision on that, you know? I'm gonna have to hear from the experts. So I saw some of you out there like, you know, I can't take Allie's yelling or that we're one-sided, and I'm sorry if you feel you have to go, because I do like having people here with different mindsets and you know, but the outrage is to the fairness of the prosecution and to the fairness of the case that they are presenting. They chose to present this whole fake suicide thing. I said earlier, if the state had chose to put forth a case that this mother made a decision to unalive herself and she did not want to leave her children behind without a mother, and that's why she planned it, and that's why it was premeditated, that maybe they'd have a easier chance at saying that they have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that you know, her mental illness didn't either A, make her inability to tell the right from wrong, or B, leave her without the ability to conform her conduct. But, you know, put on a fair case, you know. And again, Bob and I are, you know, our opinions are our opinions, but we understand that some people's opinions are, I don't care. You wrap a band around that baby's neck and it's first degree murder, you go to prison for the rest of your life. And it's fair for people to feel that way so long as they're not on the jury. So, you know, and that's why I just don't think that a lot of these things should be coming in, because it doesn't go to the elements of the offense, that the picture of the baby, what the kids were like, you know.
And here's the thing, you know, we're no echo chamber, and we want all opinions to be able to be voiced here. But guess what? That includes ours. And if you don't like it, tough shit.
No, it's all right. They can, I don't mind them even saying.
No, I don't understand what you're saying right now.
I'm saying
we are allowed to voice our opinions. You are allowed to feel however the hell you're feeling and voice it on the live, period.
And as far as I'm concerned, they're allowed to have their opinion as to my opinion, and I'm fine with that.
100%. 100%.
So I suspect he's going to take this opportunity to get, when you have a witness.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. That woman sitting in that courtroom who loved those children, who was a wonderful mother, was not in her right fucking mind when she did it. I don't give a shit what happened. And the experts are going to tell us that. She could not have been in her right mind when she did it. I don't care what happened in the interim. Her mind was diseased. There's no doubt in my mind about it.
None of mine either. Oh,
Cross.
and guys, I didn't say that so that anybody, attacks anyone for having an opinion. If anybody, so don't give people a hard time if they, had a certain reaction to anything that I said or did. That wasn't why I was saying it. That's all right, babe. I get your opinion too.
I'm going to restate this, that the reason that I think that this trial is so critical moving forward in this country is because we have an inability in this country to be able to apply the law. The law. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a law. And as a society, we are incapable of separating the act from what's going on with somebody's mind. And I'm here to tell you, when you start, I cannot wait to have this mental awareness live. When you start hearing what people have gone through in real life, it's going to blow your mind. It's like us talking in the abstract doesn't do shit. You have to hear it. You have to hear what real people go through, what our mind can do to us in order to understand it. Like, I cannot hold somebody responsible for whatever they've done, no matter how horrible, if they had no control over their mind. If their mind is controlling them. And I get how hard it is when you look at the horrors that occurred in this case. I get it. It's not lost on me at all. But damn it, man, we have to try to understand that this is the reality that we live with. And it's not getting better. Worldwide, mental illness is rampant. And I don't know what the cause is. Sure, we all have theories, but man, people need to watch this trial. I was so off-put by Aiden's tweet, and he meant no harm, because there are portions of every trial that are dull as shit. But God, you can't lose sight of what the issue is that everybody in this country needs to be watching, because it's so hard to watch this. It's painful. It's painful to watch this. It's heartbreaking.
It is. And I just want to say, babe,
We have to do it.
I think all of what you're saying and what we're saying about the law, like that this case, it is, there's no doubt that this wouldn't have happened without her mental illness. And that's why I think the state did this. That's why they presented a different case. And by the way, when I'm saying if they presented a case that she just wanted to unalive herself and didn't want to take her kids, I'm not saying that is what happened. I'm saying like that theory for the prosecution would have been a better theory for them, narrative for them to be putting forward than the one they are putting forward, because the one they are putting forward is just a doesn't even conform to the actual facts at all. But I'm not saying that is what happened by any stretch of the imagination. But I think the reason that the state has chosen this what I'm calling a disingenuous case, this narrative that doesn't just stand up to even the closest scrutiny, is because they know that this case falls right within, squarely within, or very closely within, probably from their perspective, the statute here for a lack of criminal responsibility. And that's why they took this manipulative, shifting, overly, extreme to the extreme here about this was all ploy and, the whole fake suicide thing, because they knew that this case is right within the purview of what their statute allows for her to be found not criminally responsible. And that's what Bob's saying. And I wholeheartedly agree why I think this is so important too, because you're taking the worst possible case and saying to people, can you still apply the law, assuming we haven't heard all of the mental health evidence, but still apply the law when when it says you have to find her not criminally responsible. To me, I don't see how the state is ever going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what they have to prove it, beyond a reasonable doubt, that she was able to conform her conduct to the law, that she, knew the difference between right and wrong, one of those two things. And that's why I agree this is so important, because if you take the worst possible scenario and say, now can you apply the law? Now can you apply the law? Because that's what the prosecution's supposed to be wanting this jury to do. Apply the law the way it is in existence, whether you agree with it or not. Love you, babe.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah, I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each
That's
other.
what I
You
want to
texted
see
them
from this.
Christmas, things of
That's
that
what I
nature,
want to
right?
happen.
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you
Exactly.
agree
PC.
that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
Know who would draw that? Would she draw that, or would you draw
I
that?
think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids could eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, could I see it?
And I'm like, not to beat a dead horse. My whole thing was like, I feel like the state intentionally chose the more misleading, narrative that they could. And that I think that that's going to hurt them. And maybe had they chose that another narrative, it would have been easier for them to get, there would have been a higher risk of them convicting. I'm not saying like that's like what I believe. Like I could never believe that a mother who loved her kids that much, just decided, well, I'm going to do them too because I want to do myself. That doesn't mean that, you know, I made a final decision on whether they can prove um, a lack of criminal responsibility. But to me, that's what I'm seeing thus far, is that there was a lack of criminal responsibility here. But
let's see here.
is there blooping time?
Yeah.
Can come back tomorrow.
All right, they're calling it for the day.
As I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point, all right? And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
You notice how the judge is not over and over again when the jury's not there saying, if you don't stop crying, if you don't stop looking emotional, you know, like even in trials where, you know, like we're assuming they're guilty, like with Donna Adelson, was it emotion with her? I don't know. Yeah, I think it was. It was like, you can't tell people not to have emotion.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I mean, I understand Skid Row, like he's referring to Adelson, but like the judge can't assume that, right? Like, oh, well, if this one cries, it's fake. So I'm going to tell her she can't cry. But if this one cries, it's real, because obviously the judge is not supposed to be having a final decision on who's guilty or not. I'm just saying, like, you can't tell defendants they can't have any emotion. You can make them control it to a certain extent. I think she's not like making a huge scene, but we've seen judges be like, don't you dare show emotion at all in multiple trials that we've watched.
Yeah, I mean, Judge Everett and Adelson was unrelenting.
Right.
And like, even after a verdict came in.
Right. And like, what's your point? Yeah. And Catch says, during the 1692 Salem witch trials, severe postpartum mental health issues like postpartum depression or psychosis were completely unrecognized, continues in Massachusetts. Yeah, Catch, that's something, you know, that a lot of people, and I know Bob, you've, you know, commented on it too. Like back then, you've got one of these kind of mental illnesses, you're hung. So, and thank you for your generosity. And thank you, Thorne.
All I know is that Kevin Reddington that closing, man. Fuck.
You wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, man. Fuck. It's like, I can't think of a more important closing argument to move society forward in terms of mental health and its intersection with the criminal justice system than what that man's going to have to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I'm putting up Peace Geek's comment again about the legal definition of insanity needs to be revised and expanded. The statute's inadequate because mental health is not taken seriously. So when Bob and I have talked about this off pod, I'm like, I almost wish, and I don't really wish, right? Because for this defendant, for this case, obviously it's much better that they have the second prong of insanity here about the inability to control to conform your conduct to the law. But I was like, I almost wish, because my thing is, I don't think it'll have that much effect on the insanity definition overall, because here they had the option. Like if you were in a state where they didn't have the option and this had to be like litigated or something, because how is it ever going to change? I mean, it's like, I wish it would be something like, oh, well, people will pay attention to this and other states will be like, yeah, you know what? We should actually include a more expanded version of the insanity defense so that more people can be found not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally liable. Like, that's never going to happen. And that's why, like, the one thing that I'm like, been saying as well is that this case is so important for the world, and then hopefully legislatures or courts to see the definition of insanity needs to be revised and expanded. It needs to leave a gap for, and other situations where it warrants it or something like that. Because the fear is you write it too much like Massachusetts, like the inability to conform your conduct to the law, and you get a serial killer who an expert's able to say, this person could not stop. This person could not stop. He had to keep killing. Well, he could stop if you went to, anyway, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's 100% it would encapsulate that, but I think that's the fear, right? That they didn't want to encapsulate that. And that's why some insanity defenses say, but this does not include a mental illness that just creates what's the word I'm thinking of? Whatever behavior, antisocial behavior, because even when someone like can control and know the difference, they may be more inclined to behave some way, or because of an antisocial, diagnosis. I mean, they could give you a diagnosis that covers anything. I mean, that's what most, serial killers are going to have some form of, so there are ways to work around it. But I mean, Peace Geek, I could not agree more, and it takes a case like this for everyone to see why it needs to be expanded, because I can't imagine anyone watching this trial, and maybe there are people out there who kind of just accept 100% like the state's narrative here, and don't also still think this mom loved her kids and it would never have happened but for her mental state. I can't imagine watching that and not thinking that as well.
See, here's the problem is that, again, it boils down to society's inability to be able to separate the acts from the mens rea, from the mental state. They just can't do it. They can't bring themselves to do it. I mean, if Lindsay is found not guilty by reason of insanity or for, reasons of lack of criminal responsibility, she's not rolling out of the courtroom. She's going into a mental health facility. She's going to be evaluated annually
For the criminally insane. I mean, you're not just walking
Yes.
around in a nice, plushy mental health facility.
No, she's going into a state facility, and annually she's going to be brought in front of the judge. Her treaters are going to come in, and they're going to talk to the judge about where she's at.
Now, truth told,
And
babe.
that can last forever.
Well, let's be realistic. If this is either, postpartum psychosis or as one of the social worker, licensed clinical social workers and professionals that we've been talking to about coming onto our show says, medically or substance induced psychosis, she's going to be not a risk to herself or others fairly quickly, I would presume, because it's like a temporary state.
Well, I think you're undervaluing where she's at mentally now. That is that is a shell of a woman.
Correct. But
my estimation, babe, is that if she were to have the opportunity to be able to end her life now, she'd do it. I don't know that that's ever going to go away. I mean, her like what does she have left? I mean, having to sit with what you've done to your own children every day, every minute, every second for the rest of your life is no kind of life. You know, it's like that thing that I'm telling you. I'm like, if I lose my faculties, I'm ready to call it. There's zero quality of life. You're an empty vessel. You
I want
know,
to pull that statute back up, babe, because I agree with
that's
you.
the part. That's the part. It's not the of others. It's to herself.
Yeah, but I don't
And
know
I
that
don't know
that's
if that.
exactly. Go ahead, finish your sentence there.
I don't know that that's ever going to go away.
Oh, I was gonna thought you were gonna say I don't know that that's covered in what when someone is able to be released or not once they're deemed not but I think it might. I just
I
have
would
to
think so.
I would think so too. I just have to revisit that statute. I'm trying to look for it.
Just pull up the instruction. I mean,
No, I'm talking about afterwards. Once they're
it's in the instruction.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see if I've got it.
I got it up right here.
All right.
I don't know why they'd be telling them about it.
It's in the instruction. They give them the entire, like, somebody made an interesting comment about whether that was kind of contradictory in terms of including what happens.
You're right. You're right. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that person's comment. Good. I'm sorry because people don't know where
No,
they're going.
well, let's see what it says. So
Flesh it out.
this is what would happen in the event that the jury came back with not guilty. But I think the counter argument, babe, to that is, how do you expect a jury to be able to reach that conclusion if they're on the fence, if they have no idea what that entails? What does that mean? Because there's going to be jurors, if they weren't instructed as to what happens after the fact, that are going to be thinking that she's rolling out of the courtroom the minute that they utter not guilty. And that's not factual. I think I hear both sides of it, but I think it's important for them to have an understanding out of fairness. You know, this isn't money. You know, in civil cases, you can't talk about any efforts to settle the case and what values were discussed. You can't do that. But that's money. I don't give a shit about money.
Yeah, but they're
This-
not supposed to take the possible sentence into consideration when they're deciding guilt.
But
Typically,
that's disingenuous. If it's a death penalty case, they know what the end result is likely going to be.
all right, you want to read? You want me to read?
You can read.
You are, however, entitled to know what happens to a defendant if found not guilty by reason of a lack of criminal responsibility. A judge may order the defendant to be hospitalized at a mental health facility for a period of observation and examination. During that period, or within 60 days of the verdict, the district attorney or other appropriate authorities may petition the court to commit the defendant to a mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital, initially for a period of 6 months. At the end of the 6 months and every year thereafter, the court reviews the order of commitment. If the defendant is still suffering from a disease or mental defect that is still dangerous. So we're going to have to look into this a little bit further with the statute and case law, because it's got to involve more than what the jury would need to know in this instruction, but this gives us a general understanding, is still dangerous. Then the court will order the defendant to continue to be committed to the mental facility or Bridgewater State Hospital. For me, still dangerous, I think would include, as you said, babe, a danger to her.
100%. I mean, just
Right.
look at it in terms of, you know, if you're involuntarily trying to commit somebody, it's always to themselves and others.
Right. But, you know, you've got to be, there's passive and active. You have to, there is a ways to say this person suffers under suicidal ideation, but is not an immediate risk of, you know, harming herself. But anyway, there is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitment as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. If these conditions do continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of his or her life. If at some point the court determines that the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, the defendant will be discharged. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing, and the district attorney may be heard at such hearing. However, the final decision on whether to commit or release the defendant is always made by the court. And I think that's it. I'm just going to see. So this is interesting. Insanity and criminal responsibility is a shorthand colloquialism for the claim that the defendant lacked criminal responsibility. So they're saying that insanity is a legal term, not a medical term. They're using this, but it's the same. Presumption of sanity and required finding of not guilty. In Commonwealth v. Larson, the Supreme Judicial Court holding that the inference of sanity always raises an issue of fact for the jury, overruled prior case law that held a motion is required for a finding of not guilty, that a motion for a required finding of not guilty does not apply to a claim of a lack of criminal responsibility. The fact that a great majority of people are sane says little, if anything, about whether a particular defendant was sane when he or she engaged in the type of conduct. As such, a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal may be brought, but only at the close of all evidence. So the Commonwealth has a full opportunity to offer some evidence in rebuttal. So that's interesting, because somebody, I think, asked it before, and I think we weren't sure. So it's like, can you ask the judge to make the decision that as like a matter of law, the evidence shows that there's a lack of criminal responsibility, and as of 2016, the answer is yes. And it says a judge must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth and must disregard contrary evidence presented by the defendant, including the testimony of a defense expert, unless contrary evidence demonstrates that the Commonwealth's evidence or any inference drawn from such evidence is conclusively incorrect. So it's a very, very high standard to have it done, as the judge's ruling before it goes to the jury. The Commonwealth is not required to offer expert evidence to meet this burden. And then there's nothing else about, but I will look into what level of dangerousness and stuff.
How it's defined.
Right.
Is it inclusive of self-harm? I would have to imagine it is.
I would have to imagine it is as well.
Boris said it's hard to get past the manner and the actions that day. Absolutely. My opinion is based with a strong knowledge of psychosis and BH. Hot take. Similar to that, similar to the parents of school shooters, healthcare providers should be charged. That's such a slippery slope.
Well, they are not charged, but at least there's a civil suit here.
Yeah, but we're talking like I've said, I don't give a shit about money. When we're talking about somebody's liberty, their freedom, it trumps money, and it's not even close. But in terms of that slippery slope with the healthcare providers, like where does that stop? Does it continue on past the providers themselves and go into the insurance industry? Like, how are we to start blaming, these providers that are overwhelmed? And when you look at the amount of facilities available for the mentally ill in this country, it's damn near non-existent. There are people wandering the streets whose minds are gone. I see it every time I go into the city of Chicago. Every time. I cannot step foot into the city without seeing mentally ill people walking around like the zombie apocalypse. If you live in a urban area and you have the homeless encampments or kind of the tent cities, take a walk through there one day. Sack up, take a walk through there, learn something. When I'm saying that mental illness is rampant in this country, I'm not being dramatic. It is, and it is largely going untreated. And those that have treatment available, it's being mistreated, and there's a reliance on pharmaceuticals instead of trying to do the work in addition to the pharmaceuticals. It's a clusterfuck. And you know, what I'm hoping is going to become evident in this trial is that we have some just top shelf experts in here during this trial to get on that stand. And I have all the faith in the world that Kevin has hired the best of the best.
And I do think that there could be, just going back to like
Thank you, Boris.
Boris's point, that there could be, and there probably is something on the books already that it would fit into, some sort of charge that wouldn't make them criminally responsible for the like underlying act that the person commits. That would, I think, just go too far. But like a reckless endangerment, where they're, you know, that it causes severe risk of harm to her or others, you know. So it wouldn't be like they get charged with the murder or they get charged with the underlying crime, but something smaller, much, uh less severe. But you're right, it's a slippery slope, and typically it's left to civil, because it's so hard to prove causation in those scenarios, but I understand your point wholeheartedly, Boris.
The virtual juror says, reach out to Runkle in Canadian law in this case. Yeah, I'd
Now I'm
love to hear
interested.
it.
We should actually maybe do that. On
I'd
an
love
off
to have
day.
Runkle
or
on.
see if he's covering this and he's free today, because the difference in the two systems is very
Substantial.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know it. I don't know what it is, but
I'd love not only to hear the Canadian perspective, but the UK perspective, the French perspective. I mean,
maybe we
in
can put
terms
that
of
together. You have a lot of friends that are in all
Yeah.
these different countries that are
Yeah.
lawyers and YouTubers. So
I think it's important to compare and contrast, because I think what people are going to soon realize is that here in the United States, we're in the Stone Ages in terms of mental health and how it's treated, and how it's treated within the courts and the criminal justice system. I mean, we've talked about it on multiple occasions. I mean, when the now elected prosecutor in the county that we practice most frequently came in on the platform that she was going to flip the script, and she was going to be acknowledging that addiction is a massive issue and that it needs to be accounted for in the criminal justice system, and mental health is a massive issue and needs to be accounted for with it. And then she came in, she won. Allie and I were like, we're all about you. Like, you are the one prosecutor I've ever met that I'll stick your campaign sign in our front yard, because you're the kind of prosecutors we need in this country. And she won, and she's held firm to what she promised she was going to do. I mean, in Illinois, we have a mental health court. If it becomes evident at the forefront of a case that mental health or mental illness was the root cause, that person is funneled through mental health court. It's a completely different beast. It's like you walk into that courtroom and you hear compassion. You see
Right.
social workers in there. You see them trying to help people, as opposed to throwing them in a cage and throwing the key away and saying, fuck off, good luck.
Right.
That ain't it. That's not advancing our society. That's not ever going to move the needle, ever. It does the opposite. Can you imagine being thrown in prison with a diseased mind for 8 years? They've done nothing, and then they let you out with nothing. Your disease is worse than it was than when you went in. You have nowhere to go. You're a felon. You can't get a job. I mean, what are you supposed to do? And on the front end, they didn't take into consideration that you were mentally ill, and that was the root cause of whatever crime you've committed. I'm just telling you, all of you out there, when I start reading these letters, these emails from the people, You're going to find out. You're going to find out what's real. It's going to impact you. It's like I sit here reading them as they come in, and they're unbelievable. I know I keep saying it, and it's like, and I can't wait to have this live, because if you are of the mindset that mental illness is like not really a thing, or that, it's a thing, but I'm not willing to excuse somebody's behavior because they're going through that thing, you're going to walk away from it thinking, at the very least. Whether or not your mind is going to be changed, I have no idea. That's an individual, person by person thing. But in terms of having you sit in the quiet by yourself and it's running through your mind, it's going to leave you thinking. Just a girl from the 6th, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. My hope is this case brings awareness to mental health struggles. Preach. My sisters both suffer, and there is not enough help out there. Frustrating for us watching. My heart breaks for everyone involved, especially Lindsay. I mean, couldn't have said it any better myself. And that's coming from a person who's living it. Richard Ferry, $10. At the moment, I stand not guilty first count, guilty on counts 2 and 3. The repetition, the bans to me imply planning.
And that's why Bob keeps saying, hopefully you're open to hearing from the mental health experts to explain how you can both, plan, or that repetition would have been involved and still have been like psychotic. And I can see Bob getting, because that's the frustrating thing for us, and we're not experts, but like I've said before, we have seen it with multiple clients. We had a client who was absolutely psychotic, in the sense that he believed that the prison guards were able to use an external device to steal his thoughts, to implant thoughts, to listen to his thoughts, to torture him, and to rape him. But if you talked on any other subject, he was totally rational, normal, and could talk on it. And I've seen other people who had a psychotic belief that God was compelling him to commit a certain crime, but that the world thought it was a crime, even though it wasn't. And so he had to hide it from other people. But still, because it was God's will, still rational enough to understand the people don't know, but I know, and God knows, and I'm doing God's work. So our understanding of mental health and psychosis could be, you can plan and still be planning to carry out a conduct based on a hallucination or a psychosis, your psychosis. But we hear you, and again, all opinions are appreciated, and we appreciate yours, and we appreciate your donation.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that factually will be addressed, obviously. I mean, clearly in my estimation, like, because there were bans, I mean, clearly there was an exercise area where the family, Patrick and Lindsay, exercised, and you have exercise. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she went out and bought these specifically. I think that they were there.
Right. Yeah, I don't think there's a doubt for that.
Well, but like, Richard's talking about the bands being, I don't know.
I mean, right.
Yeah. So, Larisha, $10. I love you both. Just want to say, and your kids are even more proof of who you are as humans. I'm looking for new work at the moment. I want to give more at the moment. Tough.
Don't even, please. We appreciate it. And we just appreciate your comments when you can't, contribute. So
yeah,
we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes. Laura, member for 28 months. OG. Agree, Bob.
What time was that?
Huh?
What time was the agreed, Bob?
11:52.
Okay, so yeah, that was basically what you were just discussing.
Yeah, so she was held in a mental health facility pending trial.
Is she still? Do we know for sure if she's still
Oh, I'm
being?
sure. Like, yeah, I mean, of course. Without question.
And thank you for your continued support. 20 months.
Yes, beautiful. We appreciate that very, very much. Anyone and everyone, 120 Defense Diaries Pod. I had highlighted this one. I addressed it on X the other day. How do you?
I don't
think
know
this
anything about it, but go ahead. Sorry.
How do you think this case compares to the dad, Chad Doerman, or Doerman, however you pronounce it, who shot his 3 kids? He said he just snapped. He pled guilty. Well, I've got a couple of thoughts on that. One, I've been seeing these graphics that and other content creators that are putting up, like, if Lindsay was a man, would she had already been found guilty, as if Lindsay's getting some kind of benefit of the doubt because she's a woman. I find that repugnant. Like, reading it makes me feel absolutely sick to my stomach. The ignorance of some people that just refuse to acknowledge. And again, I've never given birth. I cannot create and carry a child inside my body. I have not the first fucking idea of what that does to a person, hormonally speaking. And for people to be making graphics comparing some case that I don't know any of the facts about. Was he diagnosed? Yes, I know that. But what I don't know, was he prescribed medication? Was he a paranoid schizophrenic who decided not to take his shit anymore? Well, it's a different scenario. And it's nothing like this case.
And there's still mitigation, even if you're not, I don't know. There might be a mandatory.
But does that make sense, y'all? I don't, give me some more facts, but just on the face of it, the only semblance is that there were 3 kids and that he was a parent. That's the only thing that these 2 things have in common, as far as I know.
I will
But
say
if
this.
if somebody is diagnosed and they are willfully not taking their medication when it's known to work, that is on that person. That is not what happened here. We know people. We have dear friends who have loved ones who are diagnosed with certain mental illnesses and who know that when they take their medication, it helps them. Now, that person may not like the way that they feel in certain respects, but in terms of the mental illness, it controls it. And this person continually gets off their meds because they hate the way it makes it feel. And so, needless to say, the mental illness rears its ugly head again. Those are decisions that are being made by the person who has been diagnosed and is being treated, and they're electing not to continue to go with the treatment. Now, I know that gets slippery. The hard part for people when they're taking these meds, they think that they're fixed, not realizing that the meds are merely a Band-Aid, and that if you rip that Band-Aid off, the bleeding will reemerge. I understand that. That's not lost on me. But in terms of the Chad Doerman thing, I don't know enough about it.
So I will say this, okay? And I'm just trying to be like even with it. Like either subconsciously or consciously or as a society, I think that possibly when you have a mother, it happened with a mother, that there's a little more openness to considering mental health than there might be with a dad, because I think it's harder to grasp with a mom, So I don't know if I'm making sense when I'm saying it. I think like subconsciously, we as a society might be more open to considering it with a woman kind of initially than with a man. That there might be something truth to that, but I wholeheartedly agree with everything you say. I mean, I don't think that that you can compare it in the way that he was saying. But I'll tell you, with me, it always makes me stop and say more, wait a minute, a mom did this, what in the hell, because it's just, but I don't know. I don't even know what I'm
Well,
saying.
the reality is that men and women are not built the same. Period. We're different creatures. We're not comparable. We're not comparable in terms of we as men have an inability to create life and carry it in our bodies. Like we are inherently different. Like I don't know what's going on. Like you're the mother of my children, and you're a remarkably resilient human being in terms of your ability to overcome whatever the hell you're going through. I mean, to the extent where sometimes you won't even tell me, but when you were pregnant with our last two kids, man, I mean, I don't know what you were going through. You know what I mean? And like you're so strong mentally that whatever you may have been going through, whether it be feelings or hormonally speaking, I mean, you never made it an issue to where you shared it. So in my world, you were fine.
And
You know what I mean?
I actually was, but your point is taken, to other people. I mean, luckily, I pregnancies were all relatively, you know, easy for me, and I didn't have any like hormonal issues. But like we've said before, I cannot imagine, like, like just even the possibility of suffering, how horrible it would have been to have any sort of like postpartum depression that specifically that resulted in, because it can form in different ways, and I don't even know everything about it because I've never suffered it, but of the type where you feel like you can't bond with your child no matter how hard you try, or you don't want to be bonding, like that would have been horrifying. Like I just can't even imagine. Like that would have been the worst thing that could ever happen in my life, I think. For sure.
I couldn't even imagine. When I think about this case, and when I know how you feel about babies in particular. I mean, I've never, we have a lot of friends, and I know people love babies; they're adorable. But like your thing with babies and being a mother is so innate in you that it's if we're going with hanging with friends that just had a baby, I'm like, oh well, Allie's gonna kidnap that baby, and like, good luck trying to get your baby back, because she's just gonna want to be holding the baby and playing with the baby and cuddling with the baby and snuggling with the baby, like all those things. And I get the sense that Lindsay Clancy was very much that same type of mother, that she was. And beyond that, I mean, her profession as a labor and delivery nurse, she kept impeccable records, like in terms of that's how she's trained. I mean, in terms of what was going on with her own children, she was bringing home what she does at work in terms of monitoring the babies that she's in care of there. And she was doing the same thing with their own children, which is compounding like who she was as a mother. You know what I mean? And for me to think of a situation wherein you did something like this, me knowing in my heart to the core of my soul who you are, there would be no question that something had gone horribly, horribly wrong in your mind.
Right.
Like, would I be able to separate that from the rage? At some point, I'd have to come to grips with them, and I'd have to try to compartmentalize the illness from the act in terms of how I'm feeling internally, personally, man. And, it's like I saw a comment and I haven't seen any of this shit online, and thank God, but that there's people out there saying that they think that Patrick did this. And I'm like,
I mean, I don't know why anyone would listen to a channel that's saying.
oh my God, I'm just
something
like
like that.
so exhausted. Like, when does the grift end? Like, when do people actually give a shit about facts? And when do they quit caring about money over reality or fact? I mean, have some discernment in what you elect to watch.
Right.
It's like I wouldn't entertain it for an instant. I wouldn't give it the oxygen by getting in a debate about it.
Right.
It's repugnant to me. Like, this family.
It's like it's probably clickbaiting and whatever, just to get people to be like, what you're saying is disgusting. How, like bubble, like that.
Well,
that
that's
helps
the
people.
money thing, man.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm talking. Like, have a soul. What kind of fucking animal are you? I can't even begin to understand on any level what that family's going through still and forever. I can't.
Right. I read this, and then I want to pull up, because I know a lot of people asked yesterday, and then we'll get back to the super chats. Don't worry.
All right.
Some of the Sue O'Connell's commentary and something else Tracy just sent us.
All right, distracted therapist 20. Thank you very much. As a group practice owner, I'm here to tell you that we are also traumatized by working in such a broken system, and it absolutely impacts our positive impact if we don't also take care of ourselves. We become desensitized. What an amazing point.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't think a lot of people think about.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so let me
distracted.
thank you. Yeah. So here's Sue O'Connell. She's been watching. So first and foremost, this morning, she said that prominent defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio is in the gallery today, which makes me think she hadn't been prior, but she is also the attorney who drafted the civil suit against the providers and institutions on Lindsay's behalf. So then, as far as what the jurors, she talks about the jurors. She said, well, let me get to it here. Reddington was able to make reference to not unconvincing the jurors around evidence submission, was able to make a reference about not, I don't know what she meant there, but there was another one that was pretty good. It says the jurors are now seeing the judge and the defense trying to move testimony along while the prosecution is operating at standard speed. So when they came back from the quick recess, and I guess it looks like we were talking about the medications and stuff. It just says jurors continue to be attentive, majority writing in their notebooks. And this was like about the concentration levels and things like that. And then let's see anything else about the jurors. So Reddington has had it when the Commonwealth asks how many people are on Earth. Judge calls a sidebar. A few jurors actually laughed. One turned around to look at the juror behind her, shaking her head, smiling. And so then after the witness was done, it says DNA evidence is being introduced worth the stipulations. Judge asks if the prosecution wants any piece shown to the jury. Oh, no, sorry. That's just him telling the jury about the stipulations. Let's see. And that might be it for specific juror coverage. And then Tracy also sent us, and thank you, Tracy, and Seeking Justice. If you do not, know about their Discord, you should. It's Seeking Justice. Also sent us Christina Rex's post. It says testimony is wrapped for the day. The medical examiner will take the stand next. So everybody be forewarned. It's going to be horrible. Oh, now I'm anxious just thinking about it. I never get anxiety like anxious like this. Like, this is too much to even think about. Defense attorneys say some of Lindsay Clancy's friends and her former father-in-law are expected to testify for the prosecution as well. That's kind of crazy. So
I mean, we don't like they're listed as a witness. That doesn't mean we have no idea what they're going to testify to.
right.
You know what I mean? It's like
I think it's going to end up being more like what happened with the nanny, where the prosecution, and sometimes you'll see prosecutors do this. They just want to get like certain words said, regardless of the fact that they're not really saying, like at the end of the day, this witness just hurt you more than helped you, which I definitely think happened with the nanny. There was not one thing that the nanny testified to that maybe I'm just being inept, but that helped the prosecution. And there was another comment. So this is a good time to raise this one. This is Amy Bergman, and thank you for your generosity. Says, it's offensive to me how she questioned the nanny. Most nannies are very used to adjustments in schedule. If not, they are not, they will tell you. None of this is abnormal. Also, I guess I'm a crappy mom because I left detailed notes. It's like, it's just, like if you're of the mindset that Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for her conduct, the prosecution's choice in theory, narrative, and the way they're carrying out this trial has damaged in my opinion, damaged their ability to meet their burden because of this. And that was kind of like my point before, like they're putting on such a disingenuous case. But same thing like with the nanny, it's like nobody is seeing it the way you're seeing it. Nobody thinks that those notes were her controlling every minute of the kids and this crazy way that they're trying to present it. It's normal. You're the one who's abnormal, prosecution. That is what is coming across. And I'm seeing it I only popped in it for a second just to see what the long crime chat was saying. They're also all saying the same things. Like, oh my God, the prosecution's putting this on again. And, Lindsay was clearly, critical. She, clearly was trying to unalive herself, commit suicide. We try to use these terms because of the algorithm, but I mean, we're saying all these other things anyway. So thank you for that, Amy. And then I don't know where you were, babe, if you're going up or down in the chat. So do you remember where about you were? And are you going up or down?
With the supers?
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
took this one out of order because it went to what I was just talking about.
I think
I know you were around 11:30, but I don't know if
No,
you
you
were
were right there. You were right there.
Oh,
that was order.
Okay.
Trisha, 10 pounds British. Do you think there's a chance it could be dropped like the Cheryl Massip case, considering the CW agreeing to stipulations when not before, not only reason from Belfast? No, they're taking it to the mat.
Right. And I appreciate, good. Sorry. And I appreciate you saying it's not only based on the stipulations, but just to address that aspect of it. And we've kind of talked about this before. We think the only reason the Commonwealth agreed to stipulate on a little bit more of the evidentiary issues, on the chain of custody issues, is because Reddington sort of tied their hands by continually saying in front of the jury, we've stipulated to this, we'll stipulate to that, Your Honor. So I think they were like, well, shit, now the jury knows that, like we're the ones slowing this whole thing down. Now we've got to stipulate to at least some things, but then, it's like they stipulate to basically nothing and then call the DNA expert anyway. So, but I do know you were saying it wasn't only based on that, but I wanted to touch base on that as well. And thank you, Trisha.
Thank you, Trisha. Spit says, please listen to The Myth of Normal by Gaber Mate. Noted.
Listen,
Thank you for
so
being
it's
a
a
long time
podcast?
member. I don't know if it's a pod or an audiobook, or let us know in chat, Spit.
I'm assuming a
Thank
pod.
you.
And thank you for your continued support.
Always. Flat out, me too, RO. Flat out, me too, RO. $5. Love and respect both of you. Your channel is always great to watch. Thank you very much. I'm not a lawyer, but the convo is always real and appreciated. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lovely comment. And the $5. Alberta lady, Canadian $2. CDN laws are a mess with mental health too. Not shocking. Thank you, Alberta lady. Deb Smith, $10. Did you hear about Perez Hilton? I did. I brought it
I
up
did
this
not.
morning at the beginning of the live. He was going through some heavy duty break from reality. And he was on a TikTok live doing it. And apparently he's okay in terms of they were able to get to him and get him the help that he needs, hopefully. So yeah, I had heard about it and we discussed it briefly. Thank you, Deb. We appreciate that. Distracted came back with $20. Said executive functions are not heavily impacted by psychosis. You can plan, organize, speak, etc. It's different parts of the brain. Thank you.
Thank
for
you,
that.
distracted therapist.
Thank you.
And
very much.
and it just goes to the point that what kind of we've been saying, and Bob, you've been really harping on that. This is important for educating the masses about how you can be normal in one sense and still be having hallucinations or be psychotic. So
I'm just going to tell you that when we get to our letters, our
You'll see
emails,
it.
our testimonials, you'll see. I mean, so many of these are like, and I mean, a lot of them have just terrible, horrible endings, and people are willing to share in order to raise awareness. And people
What time
thinking
was
there's some kind of rhyme or reason to mental illness or psychosis just don't understand it in any capacity. It's like you're thinking of it in a way that just isn't how it operates in actuality. But hopefully all we can ask is that people have an open mind and listen. Diamonds, and thank you very much. Diamonds in the Rough Adventures, $5. In my opinion, the self-unaliving was absolutely planned. However, I have doubt that any planning went into the children right now, not proven. I agree. And thank you so much for the comment. We appreciate that. Alberta lady came back with 2 Canadian. The stigma of mental health needs to change, period. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. Thank you, Alberta lady. Deb Smith with 5 said that's what happened to Rob Reiner's son. I mean, there's no question. It's easier in cases where there's some kind of Karen Reed connection to get people to kind of get drawn into it. And when Alan was the lawyer, and then he wasn't, but when Alan was the lawyer, it became evident immediately it was going to be a mental health defect defense. And that's another trial that obviously I'm assuming is going to move forward at some point. But it's going to be another one that it's going to be delving into the subject matter, and they're just such important trials to raise awareness. But this one really strikes a chord with me because it's got not only the mental health aspect of it, but it's got women. And I think that women have been mistreated globally since the dawn of man, which that phrase in and of itself tells you all you need to know. Why isn't it the dawn of humankind? It's been a patriarchal nightmare for women for as long as we could put pen to paper and record history. And it predated that. And the way that women have been viewed and treated throughout history is this is an important case, and it's a woman specific case, and shit has to change, and no one's ever convincing me otherwise. And if that hurts your ears to hear tough shit, I don't care. Thank you, Deb. A.B. Bergman, $10. No shade to anyone with diagnosed or undiagnosed mental health. Research reputable places on number of high-level execs that have schizophrenia on meds out there today. You'd be surprised. No, I wouldn't. I told this story just yesterday. We went to law school with a brilliant woman who disclosed to us after the end of, or towards the end of our 1L year, after, we had formed a true friendship, that she in fact was schizophrenic and had an episode when she went off of her meds her first year, the year prior, where she had to drop out because she had an incident in a public place wherein she was wielding a knife on a waiter that she believed was out to get her, that was chasing her, that had ill intent, So no, I would not at all be surprised. In our law school, Chicago, Kent gave her the grace to come back, provided she stayed on her meds. So, but beyond me, yes, I agree. I think a lot of people would be surprised. Thank you very much, Amy. Mama Loca, $5. I already have a living will and instructions on what to do and what I don't want. If I get dementia, which my mom has, I want to go to Washington State and be taken out. I mean, I'm there with you. If I lose my mental faculties, it just seems superfluous at that point. Like I said, I don't, just an empty vessel. Thank you, Mama. Appreciate that. Alberta lady, Canadian 5. I feel the prosecutor is using this as her legacy case, and it's sickening. Should never have gotten this far. I agree. Thank you very much. Miss Rattle, £5 playing catch up. The CW didn't ask the nanny if she found Lindsay's notes to be too controlling. How odd. Disingenuous motherfuckers. We agree, Miss Rattle. All right. And you guys have been very generous via Venmo. Let me go through these. And again, remember, if you don't want me to even accidentally dox you by giving your government name when I'm thanking you for this, you have to remember to put it in the Venmo. Because unfortunately, obviously there's some of you that I know your real names, but many of you I do not. But here, so Connie did a great job. Connie RG and NC for the mass trip, $25 Venmo. Thank you very much. And then Dog Grooming Danny sent 50 on vacation, catching live in the morning and replay for the remainder. Thank you for continuing on this incredibly difficult case. Thank you, Danny. Love you and always appreciate your support. Jessica, 20 for Get Yo Ass to Mass Fund, which I then co-opted and stuck it on my Venmo grift scroll. So thank you. I thought it was clever. I saw some other people in the chat saying it too. Oddly, I didn't put that together.
What Miss Rattle just says, have you read this one out loud yet or just put it up?
Which one?
Miss Rattle, the one you have up.
Yeah, I'm done with the supers. I'm reading through Venmos.
Okay, so I just want to comment on Miss Rattles because it's there. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, damn it. He should have, been like, did you find it controlling? I think no one thinks that she found it controlling, but I also was thinking I would have liked to have heard that question. But trust me, when you're in the middle of a trial, it is really hard to think of all the things that you thought that you wanted to say. I mean, really hard. Bob will tell you, there's almost no time someone gets off where I was like, damn it, I forgot to ask. Da da da. You know, never. Even when it goes really well, I'm still like,
in the car on the way home after the court day, you know, it's just never. I can't remember any cross examination or even a direct where you're like, oh my God. And it always starts like this. I'm like, what? She's like, oh my God. She's like,
sometimes it starts like that.
Oh, please. It's
I see
always.
some
You
of
overly
the
use the dramatic gasp. Like, you know this. It's a fact.
Oh yeah, I know this. I think I see some I can't tell. Some maybe not. It's hard to tell if the super is bright or not when they're all dull.
They're
I
all
thought I
like I've gone through. Now I haven't read all the supers, but I posted them all. So if you want to do shout outs, but let me get through the Venmos first.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'll just put up the jewels. Thanks to all the jewels.
Sarah north of Boston sent 25 via Venmo. Boston bound. Safe travels. Family hug. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. And then from Proud Military Spouse, also known as Proud Mill Spouse, longtime lurker. Thanks for all you do. Safe travels to Mass. $25 Venmo. Thank you so much, Proud Mill. And then Dawn sent 25 for the Mass trip. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate that, Dawn. And then Sarah, $5, just says coverage. Thank you so much for the support. And then Leslie sent 10. What are the chances the jury saw the Perez Hilton mental breakdown? Kind of evidence in real life. Have a great trip.
Right. That's something where, you know, they have to avoid this case, but that doesn't mean they're not going to come into context with things that shape their views in this case.
Leslie, when I ran into that kind of late night last night before I was going to
Still don't know
bed,
what
I
happened.
thought the exact same thing. The guy had a mental breakdown on a TikTok where he's like, I didn't see the video, but I heard it was horrific. You know, he was covered in what appeared to be blood, and he had like a butcher's knife in his hand. It was awful.
What?
Yes.
I gotta find this thing. I don't even understand.
No, the video's been removed. You don't need to see it. I just told you what it was.
But Perez Hilton, right? Or that's someone.
Don't confuse Paris Hilton with
Paris.
Yeah, this guy, this dude.
Now people know how.
I don't know
distant
anything about his content, like at all. I've honestly never watched any, but I've heard the name. So,
and then
but I thought the
next...
exact same. I thought the exact same thing when I saw that. Like, I'm like, wow, you know, this is like the timing of it is interesting.
Right. And just to circle back to what the virtual juror asked, I did reach out to Runkle. I told him what Bob and I would like to do about getting multiple lawyers from other countries. He's totally into that. But as anyone who is following Runkle knows much, even more than I do, that he's got, you know, he's got his schedule. He's got work and stuff going on in his house. So we'll see if we can coordinate. But we loved that prompted us, the virtual juror, to have this thought that we should absolutely do a live that brings a bunch of different legal analysts together to talk about how this fact pattern would play out in their countries. So
yeah,
go ahead, babe.
I think that would be fascinating.
Yeah,
truly. And then Kathy sent 10 via Venmo, just a little something to help get your ass to Mass. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
And then it's Iceman cometh. Morning, Bob. And I wish I could do more to help.
Hey, we love you, Iceman. Don't worry about it.
Thanks for covering this important case. Also, what up, though? Thanks, Iceman. That was 5 solid via Venmo. Jennifer sent 40. Safe travels.
Oops.
Thank you for your work. Appreciate that very, very much, Jennifer. Thank you. Carrie sent 10 and said support. Thank you. Laura sent 25, Massachusetts. Thank you, Laura. And then Lori paid us 10. Hey, Bob, I'm headed to Plymouth County, Mass tomorrow morning, 10-hour drive from West Virginia. My bestie lives there. Going to celebrate my B-Day on the 8th. Happy almost birthday.
Happy almost birthday.
And then have a safe trip when you go. Well, thank you, Lori. If you're still there, come to the meetup. Come to the meetup. Thank you. And then Post-Punk Mama, a ride or die, sent us 50. And then she's got mass, gas, house, food, Bob's ass to mass, the heart. Thanks, Post-Punk. We love you.
Sorry, couldn't get my charger.
Afton sent 10 via Venmo. Get Bob to mass ASAP. Thank you, Afton. Appreciate you. We love you. Jennifer sent 10. I am proud to be a DD member, and your heart and conviction on this case makes me feel not alone. Thank you. Well, you are definitely not alone. And thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. And Jen Hemlick sent 5. Appreciate and respect so much your passion for this case. Keep being you. You have a big heart and empathy. Well, thanks, Jen. We appreciate that and your support. And then Kim, our daily Venmo angel, sent us another 25. Thank you both. She says, thank you, Kim, for your constant support. Truly, truly appreciate
Yes,
that.
thank you, Kim, our daily Venmo angel, as Bob calls her.
Yeah, and then Caitlin sent 10 via Venmo. Thank you. Get your ass to Boston.
Thank you.
I'm coming. Thank you, Caitlin. We appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And then Chelsea sent 5 and said, Bob, I sent you an Allie email. I got this one, Chelsea. Please watch this 1 hour and 15-minute doc called Not Carol. There may be some contacts in this doc to reach out to for DD's mental health stream. I got that, and I will be watching it. 100%. I got that. So, all right, that wraps it on the Venmos. We did get a few cash apps. Let me just run through those real quick.
Okay.
The cash apps is not.
Scorpio was asking if court is over for the day, and it is. As Pokemon points out, Bob will post about a meetup, and that if and when he gets his ticket to mass, when he'll be coming. He is not planning to come until the state's case in chief, is over. So the defense's case in chief. And I kind of hope we can both go for closings, maybe if possible, but
yeah. So I've got a one-way already.
You did?
I did. I don't want to sit until the day before because the airfare will be astronomical. So I got a one-way for the 12th. I told you this. You just want.
Oh, you did?
Yes. So that's next Wednesday.
First day.
I'm trying to gauge it when I think I don't want to miss the experts when he calls them. Yeah, it would be amazing for both of us to be able to be there for and I explained this on the live. I got Cam to commit. She's going to do when I'm in court, you and Cam are going to be doing lives, and then when I'm done, I'm gonna join you. Hopefully, Cam, maybe not Cam. It depends.
Oh,
on
I'm
what she's
glad
up to.
Cam and I'll have a chance. I was so touched about how you and Cam were doing the lives together, and I thought it was such sweet
I think it'll be
daddy-daughter time
amazing to
that I was
have you both. Yeah.
that I was like, all right, I'm just gonna let them do it.
No, well, it's going to be equally wonderful to have you both on there. And it's going to be just a constant flow of oh my God, it's mini Allie.
You should reach out to our friend who I think is in that general area, but I'm actually not sure how far she is. For maybe she's got a place you could stay with her.
Who? Tell me off the live. I'm not sure who you're talking about. We've got friends up there. So Christina sent 10 via Cash App saying she got the music notes. So it says for Bob, getting Bob on the 707 and get his ass to mass, 10 solid. Christina, thank you very much.
Lyrics probably get on the 707.
So smart. Amanda, she sent 10, said safe travels to Mass. Thank you very, very much, Amanda. We appreciate that. And then Danielle Graham sent 100 via Cash App. Thank you. How incredibly generous. To help you get to Mass, love you both. Well, thank you so much, Danielle. We love you back. And thank you so, so much for that incredible support. And then we just got a late Venmo here from Kelly. Sent us 5 on Venmo. Thank you for covering this important case. DD is amazing. Thank you so much, Kelly. We appreciate kind words. And more importantly, that you're here with us. All of you guys. We know there's a lot of places you can watch things and a lot of different opinions, and we can sometimes have strong opinions on things. And so we are forever grateful to all of you that you're here with us on the daily. And if you're new, welcome. We love having you. Hopefully we're your cup of tea.
Yep. And thanks for these additional jewels. We appreciate it greatly.
Okay.
All right. Is it time to thank the people?
It is. It's time to thank our mods who we love
Yes.
so very, very much. Thank each and every one of you. Tracy, thank you.
Seeking justice, people. Check
Seeking
out the
justice.
Discord.
And if you are in our, and there's always going to be somebody who complains, but I disregard them completely.
Somebody put up the pizza thing so I can put it up.
Yes, that's what I was about to
looking
say.
for it.
Like, if you appreciate our community and our mods, show them the love. They have their own, where Bob and Allie don't touch a dime of it. So we hope that you guys show the support to our mods. It's a buy me a coffee, but they elected to buy me a pizza. And then Tracy takes it and doles it out to all of our amazing, wonderful mods who are just instrumental in making our community what it is. So show them the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. A final thing, if you are interested, this is going to be my last announcement for our mental health awareness live. Emails, a true crime pod at gmail.com. We also get insider at defensediaries.com. Either one of those work. I get the emails. I'm seeing them all. Please don't be worried. If you've used one of the two of those, it's come through. I've gotten it. I just haven't had time to individually respond to them all and say, hey, got it.
Babe, I've got a question. Are people telling you in there you can share this, or are we assuming if they're sending it, we can share it?
Yes. So people are very good. And look, if you want to remain anonymous, by all means, I realize how personal these stories are, and some people aren't willing to share their names. Doesn't matter. However you want to share it, we will, of course, abide by your wishes, whatever they may be. And again, we also have the speak pipe.
That's what I was just going to put back up here. I'll do
which
it.
is we're going to throw that up. It's
I'm
a
gonna
link.
actually
It's
do
very
what you
simple
did
to
before,
use.
how you showed people to walk through it.
Okay.
I was trying to log out as you, but I don't want to get booted. So,
And the speak pipes the voicemails are flowing in, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Oh, so let them know you're going to send back a link. If you want to share your story on air, just let us know. And I think for those that we got the link earlier, the plan is
No. I for any so you weren't on for this part. I think you were. So what we're going to end up doing is because what happens, babe, is that people gather the strength who may be vacillating one way or another on whether they want to come on, whether it's with video off and just audio, or video and audio, whatever. That's up to you entirely. But there's people that might just be nervous about coming on at all, that during the live itself will gather the strength and to say, I'm doing it. I'm jumping on. So we will be posting the link in the chat during the live. And if you want to join and you have a story or a testimonial to tell us, we're taking all comers. We're taking all comers to come on.
And again, you can also either email Speakeasy or come on just to say, like, any struggle you're having, like just with the case or how you're feeling. It doesn't have to be about your prior, mental health issues, because we also know, as you saw today with both Bob and I, and I'm sure many of you were feeling like the trial is getting to everybody. I mean, we saw it with our daughter. She was like the day after Thursday, when it was all the first responders, she was a wreck, and we were like both like, don't even worry about it. Like, so there's that too. So I'm going to tell everybody about the speakeasy. So now this is logged in as Bob, so it looks a little different, but you go to the channel and like here where it says these things, and there's like a more, and then you'll see this community page where Bob's is up here. I don't think that's not where yours is if you're Bob. And then, oh boy, I don't want people to, this is on
No, it's
community.
fine.
So,
This is
yeah,
those are just things so go to my post.
how do I do that? Oh, my post.
It's right there. Yep. And it's like the third one down.
So can you pin this so that it's the first one, or you
No,
can't?
because it has a link. So like you can't pin a post if it has an active link in it. It's stupid. I don't know why.
So
go
you're
down
not
one
gonna.
more.
Oh, okay.
One more. It's the
Is
next
this the one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's from 3 days ago. It starts, "Hey fam." There's the link right there. So you're not going to have
Just
the
click
ability.
on it. Just click on
Okay.
the link and
So
show
people
them
can see where
how
it goes.
easy it is.
Okay. And then you would just click start recording, and then it gets emailed to us.
Wait, did you click on the link?
Yeah. Do you guys not see it? Oh, I have to click share this tab instead. That's what opened
Oh,
up.
there
when
you
I
go.
clicked on-
That's what
when I
opens
clicked
up.
on the link. Right.
So you just hit start record, boom, you're off and running. Remember, I was incorrect. It is not ad infinitum. Okay. It's a 5-minute limit. So, but you can leave multiple. Like if the 5-minute runs on you, I realize it kind of sucks if you're in the heat of your story, in the middle of it, and you're like, oh my God. Because you gotta re-engage with it. But you if it takes 3 15 or 3 5-minute recordings, do that. Like I'll play them, one after another consecutively. So that
It reminded me of the movie Made. Was that Made, or was that a different one where he's leaving the?
no,
the-
that wasn't Made. That
What was it?
What? Come on, girl. Same actors. You
Right.
can do it. You can do it.
It's right there.
Oh, I know it is. You can do it. Vince Vaughn, John Favreau.
John
Starts
Favreau.
with an S. We have a story about
Swingers.
Hey,
that's that menopause brain in full force.
Did it.
So
Did it.
anyway, you guys, you're not going to have the ability to do this click my post, which made us super easy for us to find it. But if you click top, let's see if it's how far down it is. It's real close. Okay. So that would wait, is this it? No, that's not it. That's the
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for your post.
What's up?
No, not
You got to go to my posts again.
I know, but I'm trying to show them. It might be easiest to click newest and then go down to like 3 days to find it.
Well, yeah.
And then look for a defense diaries post.
There it is.
Okay,
It
so
says,
it's
"Hey, fam."
that's
Hey,
this
fam.
one, but it's the one before that. This one. Right? No. The Hey Fam one's not it, is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was this. Oh, that is it. Okay. So yeah, you just got to scroll down under. If you shift it to newest, that might be the easiest way to find it. But if a lot of you guys like it, then maybe it'll move up and go to the top. But right. Yeah, it's got a lot. It should have been. I'm surprised it wasn't at the top when we did top.
I don't know that it is situated by the number of likes. I don't think that's I don't know how YouTube decides to I don't get it.
But that might be the easiest to click and sort it by newest and then look for Bob.
All right, you guys. So once again, thank you. Make sure if you've got a story and you're willing to tell it, send the emails.
Wait a
voicemail.
second. Hold on here. Somebody said the members only live wasn't real. I gotta share this again. We surely did have our amazing, it was a real members only live. That actually happened. Where is it? Newest.
Wait, you're still on community page, babe.
Right. But there was a thing about members only. That happened.
Oh, it's right there in the, like you can see it, but you can't click on it if you're not a member.
Right.
So you can look at it on our live streams. It's right there.
This would have been a
definitely happened.
perfect day to do your plan where we're like on a live and we're like, all right, we're about to shift this over to a members only live and we're going to talk about blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Would have been a perfect day to do that. Darn it.
Well, we're going to start doing it. We're going to start doing it for sure.
All right. Thank the people.
All right. So you guys are amazing. We love you so very, very much. Make sure that you're like, sharing, and subscribing. If you're on Replay Crow, please, please, please leave a comment. All that helps get the show into the algorithm. But comments are big. Sharing is big. They're all the things matter in terms of getting it out, getting the show out there to the public.
Hey, look at that. Welcome. A skier's daughter.
Family hug. Welcome.
And the reason people are writing it was a family affair. On that last live, we were playing a game, and our youngest, Scout, and her best friend came on and did one round with the people. And then Cameron and her boyfriend came on and did one round with the people.
Who is a legitimate 7 feet tall. We were walking, when we were getting Cameron moved, a real short story, and then we're out. We're walking from Cameron's new apartment down in the city for, her college. Great little area in the city. And we're all going to eat. So we have Courtney, our oldest, and her husband, and then it's Scout, and then Cam and Hunter. And so Hunter, if you've never seen a 7-foot person, and I've become accustomed to it. But so I'm behind Cam and Hunter, and their discrepancy is hilarious when you're looking at Cameron and Hunter. It's damn near 2 feet. So they're walking in front of me, and there was a group of probably, I'd say, somewhere in the 40 to middle 50 age women walking towards us, and they had been out for brunch, I'm assuming. And then as they walk past Hunter, and they're not looking at me, they're looking at one of the women goes like this. She's like, oh, so when she saw Hunter. And when we get to the place we're eating, it happened to be a pub, and the bouncer, when he sees Hunter, he's like, what the fuck? He's like, are you Wilt Chamberlain? It's so it's when you're that tall, and I'm always asking, I'm like, man, how much, how sick of you do you get?
He's very
people
sick.
Asking, how tall are you? I'm like, that's got to be the number one question asked of him. And the second one is, do you play basketball? Those two questions are not so.
And he does.
Super sweet kid, though. I really, really think he's a really sweet, nice kid. So I'm thrilled that Cameron was able to find him, and that they seem to have a very healthy relationship.
He is worthy of her. He is worthy of her.
He does seem very much to be worthy of her. But
boys will be boys, so we shall see.
Boys will be boys. But he seems like, and he comes from good stock. I can tell, because his parents are still pretty strict, despite the fact that he's 19 going on 20. He still has a curfew.
Cameron's boyfriend, and yes, he does play basketball.
Yes, he does. All right, y'all. We love you. We love you. We love you so, so very much. And I want you to remember this deep, deep in your soul, deep in the heart of your soul. Without you guys, I'd just be an old man
sitting around talking to his wife.
Boop. See you tomorrow.